Too much pressure. Mic 2, mic 2. Okay, so let's just walk through. You're going to do a welcome, then you're going to start your session here. You have one person with you and one person remote. So do you want to be sitting far apart, or do you think maybe the two of you want to sit next to each other here and have a conversation? Okay. So we'll put you both here. Okay. So you're going to be there, facing that way. So I'm going to put your microphone over here.
Okay.
So that
It's not gonna fall, eh?
no. Okay. So I'm going to catch you better when you're looking left. So if you're here looking at the screen and talking to the remote guest, it's going to, I mean, the sound will be a little bit worse.
So I must do this.
Don't get carried away with that. Yeah, that's going to, the sound will be great.
Okay.
Cool. Wando, can I come put a mic on you? So an interesting thing happens is when you, the mic is quite directional, so it's designed. So if you're sitting here talking to Dan, you're going to look that way, but when you're talking to everyone answering questions, you're going to look that way. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the microphone this side so that the sound with Dan is better. You should be fine if you're looking the other way.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Sure.
I mean, I was tired, but
Are we ready? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our Democracy and Constitutionalism series. It's nice to see many of you here today after the wonderful jazz that we had last night. It was really beautiful. I went home in a tired but very happy mood. Today we are going to be looking much more closer to home, discussing the state of democracy and constitutionalism in our country. Yesterday morning was very much a framing within the global context, within the context of Africa. In the afternoon, we moved with Ferial and Khatija to talk about the role of the media. And then with Ibrahim Fakir and Gareth Newham to look at how we can strengthen our institutions of democracy, as well as a very good discussion on environmental justice and the importance of an intersectional struggle when it comes to environmental justice. We will be talking about how we can take many of what we heard about yesterday and also today forward in our final session today. As I've been saying to many of those in our office, today I think we have a rock star lineup of panelists, starting with Judge Davis. Unfortunately, Professor Sidene Sibanda couldn't be with us. He got sick last night. But we will, Dan will manage that very competently, I'm sure. And then we have many of our advocates that have been front and center in court on state capture, many of our economists, and I know there have been some very hot debates around things like the rolling out of social grants versus job creation, how do we balance the two? So that will be an interesting discussion. And last but definitely not least, the role of our social movements in this country. So without further ado, I hand over to Dan Mafora and his panel. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. We convene this conference at a very delicate time in our country, where we have seen attacks on the very foundation of our constitutional democracy being waged. We have seen and we have witnessed the emergence or the rise in populist rhetoric about the failure of our constitution to deliver on its promises, and we've actually seen physical damage being done, for example, to the Houses of Parliament, which is one of our most important institutions in this democracy. And while some of these attacks, some of these views have certainly been opportunistic, we are here to ask the difficult question whether there are actual valid grievances that underlie them. And today I am joined by two speakers who occupy two different places in society. One of our speakers had a role in shaping the Constitution, and the other's life was actually shaped by the Constitution. And so today they will help me answer this difficult question. And first up, today I will also be playing the role of devil's advocate, although I don't think the devil needs an advocate. He has one in me today. I will try and put some of the more difficult questions to our panelists. First up, we have Judge Dennis Davis, who should not be a stranger to anyone in the room. Judge Davis has had an illustrious career as an academic, as a lawyer, and as a judge. He was also previously the head of the Center for Applied Legal Studies at WITS, and as well a technical advisor to the Constitutional Assembly that drafted our final constitution. I will now hand over to Judge Davis to give us his remarks on this topic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I hope you can hear me. I've got a terrible echo. Oh, no. Can as long as I'm heard, that's fine. Firstly, thank you very much who in a sense perhaps represents the future as opposed to people like myself who represent the past. And it's a great thrill to be with her. I'm sorry that Professor Sabanda is not here because he and I have debated these questions for some while now. So let me make a few introductory remarks. You've asked us to talk about the whole question of transformation in the Constitution. And insofar as that is concerned, perhaps
I'm muted. No, I'm not muted. Hello. Judge Davis, you hearing me?
yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Which created the entire racist state. The question was always, could one use law to reconfigure both the state and society in terms of the vision of the Constitution, that is a society predicated on freedom, dignity, and equality for all. And so much of the early work with regard to this question was to what extent could a constitution, through its text, but basically through the interpretation thereof, through the jurisprudence that emanated therefrom, could it assist in the reconstruction of a society which had been so ravaged over 300 years by colonial and racist and apartheid law. And it seemed to me that much of the early work that a number of us did underestimated the particular effect of politics in general and the, if you could call it, the sort of project that emerged after 1994, which, not to put too fine a point on it, really is totally incongruent with any foundational perspective of having a non-racial, non-sexist society which is predicated on freedom, equality, and dignity for all. And the truth of the matter is that 30 years on, we're into a position whereby the historically disadvantaged, as we like to call the vast majority of our countrymen and women, are presently disadvantaged. And so the question that arises is whether the complete failure to ensure a better life for all, the abysmal inability to kind of reconstruct our society so that it moved away from a racist and sexist and homophobic conception of the world, is that due to the point that we perhaps put too many eggs into the constitutional basket? So with that question in mind, let me, if I may, quote to you from a book, a recent publication that, in fact, I'll be interviewing him tomorrow for in a book week, a really book which I recommend to everybody, called Fear of Black Consciousness by Lewis Gordon, a very eminent scholar on these questions, who has come to South Africa many times and is, in fact, a visiting professor of philosophy at the University of Johannesburg. And he says this about transformation: we should bear in mind, however, that political transformation requires a different set of relations with and understanding of those in the zone of rejected humanity. Their rejection is, after all, imposed. Amongst others, those living under exclusion are aware not only of their relationships with one another's selves and others, but also of the reality of those who hover above them as ultimately part of a misguided system that degrades the human world, presiding over it with godlike power. And what he's really on about is the fact that transformation, and certainly if you want to apply it to the South African context, was designed to reconstruct an entirely different South African identity. One where the kind of meta-white norm, which had dominated for over 300 years, would be replaced. One in which we could construct a society which was certainly unified in its diversity, and certainly one which was going to ensure that the nature of the allocation and distribution of resources in the society was not based on race or class, or frankly gender, for that matter. And I want to argue that we have not really embraced a true conception of transformation. Is that due? And that's the point that I suppose it should be asked in the few minutes I have available. Is that due to the fact that we adopted a constitutional text that many say was derived from a Eurocentric conception of the world through Germany, the European Convention of Human Rights, America, and Canada? Well, it seems to me that if you look at that text, nothing prevents us from ultimately reconstructing our society in terms of what Professor Gordon is talking about. Nothing prevents us from actually reconfiguring the entire Weltanschauung of that society. What has prevented us from doing so is certainly a politics which is completely antithetical to any form of progressive transformation of the society. It's a politics which essentially rewards rent-seeking. It's a politics that has promoted all forms of populism. It's a politics that has not delivered to the vast majority of South Africans, which shuns their voices. It's a politics which ultimately has failed any kind of vision of transformation, however you define the Constitution. Has law contributed to that? Well, the answer is absolutely. I'm afraid to say, and I've said this right from the commencement of constitutional jurisprudence, I still find that the Constitutional Court in general, and courts in particular, have almost an abysmal absence of a grappling with a political normative, an economic normative framework to infuse the Constitution with the kind of objectives which one would have thought would have been absolutely central to the reconfiguration of the society. Now, of course, it's true that many in the audience would have worked on, and commendably so, on cases that have assisted with regard to the right to education, the right to housing, the famous Treatment Action Campaign case, which of course reveals how the combination of politics and law together are inextricably linked, and a whole multitude of cases which prevent the most vulnerable from being evicted in circumstances where otherwise would be the case. I am not arguing against that. But what I am suggesting is that, generally speaking, when one looks at the law of property, when one looks at the law of contract, when one looks at private law, if one looks at the relationships which ultimately in legal terms we inherited from apartheid, very little in terms of thinking has changed. And we persist, in a sense, in praising ourselves and patting ourselves over the back when we win the odd case, without it realizing this, that in terms of a broader grappling with the nature of what perhaps the constitutional vision demands of us, there is a gaping hole between the aspirations of that constitution, which seem to me to be totally defendable on any basis, including the point that Professor Gordon makes, which is to reconfigure a norm away from a European white meta norm to something else. I do not think there's anything in the Constitution that prevents that. We can argue about the property clause, but even there one would have to argue that very little has changed in regard to land, or in terms of the way in which our cities are constituted, just to take an example. So there's a tremendous incongruence between the vision that that constitution promotes and the degrading realities which many South Africans face on a day-by-day basis. So what is to be done, therefore? Well, it seems to me that we have to really try to debate the interface between politics and law, and we certainly need to understand that the jurisprudence, by and large, which we've developed at the moment, is totally higgledy-piggledy and does not in any way promote a coherent vision of what transformation would mean. I mean, to take a simple example, the criticism that the Constitution is a Eurocentrically orientated document has validity, but one has to ask oneself basically rhetorically, why would it be that indigenous law and conceptions of the world which are drawn outside of the traditional references to those forms of jurisprudence from which we borrowed are precluded from being introduced into the debate? There's no reason for that. There's no reason why we could not have had a sociological imagination to reconfigure property in terms of a communitarian vision, nor is there any reason to think that we had to hold on grimly to a sort of Roman Dutch conception of property and praise people who in fact promote that. It is extraordinary to me that at universities we continue to trot out the shibboleths without any critical reflection. So, in summary, I would want to argue that the idea that social change can in part be promoted by law, which was effectively the enterprise at the beginning, underestimated the conception of politics which has essentially dominated South Africa. I myself feel ashamed about that, because in 1987 I co-wrote a book with Robert Fine called Beyond Apartheid, in which we to a large degree predicted exactly what was going to happen, and yet somehow I couldn't join the dots sufficiently to write as acutely about these matters as I would have wished. But I do think that for lawyers in general, the question of how law can be used in order to totally rechange the conceptions of distribution, allocation, and, if you wish, conceptions of identity of what it means to be South African are important, as it is at the same time to look very carefully at the kind of politics that have to underpin that. And one without the other means that the whole system does not work. I think I've taken up my 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for that, Judge Davis. And I will come back to you on a couple of issues that you raised. But before that, let me introduce our next speaker, Luando Qaso, who is currently a senior associate at ENS.
No.
No, we have the wrong information. She is a senior attorney, let's say that, and a trustee of the Constitutional Court Trust, and has done a lot of work with Constitution Hill as well.
Yeah.
So you have an intimate knowledge of this constitution and the kind of jurisprudence that has come out of it, having worked for Justice Edwin Cameron as well as the former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo. You are also an author of a book called Made in South Africa, A Black Woman's Stories of Rage Resistance and Progress, which is the perspective that we're going to get from you today. So take it away.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to be here at an in-person gathering. Thank you to Judge Dennis Davis. It's always interesting to hear from him. He always breathes so much life into our Constitution. And it's unfortunate that Dr. Subanda couldn't be here because a lot of what I have to say is grounded in his work. I actually, before I was even invited to speak here, I had downloaded his thesis, which I encourage you all to do. It's freely available online, and I'll give you the title of it. I had been working through it every Saturday because it's quite big, and I thought this is the perfect opportunity for me to ask him some questions on what he has written. So my reflections today are about this idea of a liberal constitution and a transformative constitution. Ours is considered by many people to be a liberal constitution. One, as Judge Davis has said, has a very Eurocentric outlook, and wondering whether a liberal constitution can be transformative or whether it can be marginally so. And I wanted to start with this quote by the Cape Attorney General in 1838, when he famously said, when he was asked by white voters about the issue of black citizens being given the vote, he said to his white constituents, "I do not hesitate to say that I would rather meet the Hottentot, meaning us, at the hustings voting for his representative than in the wilds with his gun upon his shoulder. Is it not better to disarm them by granting them the privileges of the Constitution? If you now blast all their hopes and tell them they shall not fight their battles constitutionally, do not you yourselves apply to them the stimulus to fight their battles unconstitutionally?" So Porter's strategy brings an uneasiness to me of whether I have been disarmed and pacified by our constitutionalism, because my instincts are to defend our constitutionalism. And, diagnosing our issue as an implementation issue is that I'm not convinced that if we had a more radical constitution, if we wouldn't find ourselves where we are right now. I also have to wonder if it is my conditioning as a kid of the 1990s who bore witness and was seduced by what Thabo Mbeki called the evidence of humanity's evolution. Do I suffer from a fetishized faith, as Jean and John Komarov allege, that certain people have in the Constitution's ability to solve all of our problems? To this end, Advocate Isaac Shai cautions. He speaks to the limits of the law, which I think, no matter how radical the law is, it has its limits. He says, to endeavor a critical exploration of the limits of law and the idea of transformative constitutionalism is to acknowledge the pitfalls of unguarded euphoria and unrestrained optimism on the capacity of law and transformative constitutionalism to bring about radical transformation in South Africa. I also want to credit Justice Cameron, who taught me so much, and also highlighted the modest role of the Bill of Rights in our lives. In his 2012 Scarman lecture, which I quote all the time, he thoughtfully concludes, "Law cannot ensure that men, and it is mostly men, will not subordinate the instruments of government for evil. nor can it guarantee that they will not use them for illicit wealth accumulation. Law cannot stop corruption. It cannot engender human trust and affection and reliance. But what the law and legal rights can do when invoked with creativity and integrity is to play a humanizing, expansive, and inspiring role in human society. The law can create conditions for human flourishing. Through legal agency, even if applied imperfectly, the material benefits can accrue to all people. And most deeply when applied with a seemly blend of ambition and caution, of hope and humility, the law can lay the foundation for moral agency and civic dignity. I then turn to Dr. Sibanda's work. His thesis is titled Not Yet Uhuru, the usurpation of the liberation aspirations of South Africa's masses by a commitment to liberal constitutional democracy. And it made me contend with the story that I hold about the Constitution, because we all hold a story about the Constitution. And as I said, mine is a story of an African Constitution conceived by African minds and made by African hands. And this, to me, was recently reinforced by Advocate Tembeka Ngcukaitobi's book, The Land is Ours. And this book is referenced by Dr. Sibanda in his thesis. And he says that what we learn in the book is that transformative constitutionalism, whilst claiming radical far-reaching means and ends, has established, well, we haven't learned, this is Dr. Sibanda's criticism, is that transformative constitutionalism, while claiming radical far-reaching means and ends, has established limited intellectual and pragmatic horizons focused too much on litigation. But in my opinion, as Dr. Sibanda's thesis traces the colonial roots of our Constitution, and because it is born from Eurocentric thinking, he then challenges whether it enables South Africa to transform in the ways that we have been told our Constitution can enable our transformation. And in disputing whether that our Constitution has a Eurocentric outlook, I am persuaded by Ngcukaitobi's work and extensive research, which shows that through the participation of early Black lawyers and other actors within the ANC that birthed the African Claims document, they laid the foundations for a contemporary South African constitutionalism via drafting an early iteration of the Bill of Rights with their reverence for the rule of law. So his book, to me, traces the deep African roots of our Constitution. And as pointed out by Dr. Sibanda, he does concede that Ngcukaitobi advances the position that South African constitutionalism is not a Eurocentric transplant, but is rooted in the efforts and enterprise of Black South African lawyers whose imaginings led them to envision a rule of law, non-racial human rights based on constitutionalism. This research into the African roots of the Constitution challenges the standard constitutional historical narrative that suggests, as quoted by Dr. Sibanda, that the oppressed were not agents of history, but simply pitiful victims of the system. In a paper in response to Dr. Sibanda, Professor Michaelman points out that there are a number of factors in play in South Africa, which may seem to be at odds. We have a national project of post-colonial recovery and transformation, and on the other hand, we have a constitution whose other main features bring it within the recognizable historical tradition of liberal constitutionalism. Have we got a practical contradiction on our hands? To what extent, if any, does liberal constitutionalism impede social transformation in South Africa? Crucially, Michaelman says that, and I'm partial to this, that the answer is not preordained, but rather rests on how the Constitution is construed and applied by whoever is in power. The fault in our constitutional democracy does not lie in its liberal conception of justice, and I believe that, Michaelman resists as far as possible any suggestion of a contradiction between the Constitution's social transformative pretensions and its indwellings in a liberal identity. Michaelman's interpretation of Dr. Sibanda's position is that he doesn't have an issue, is that it's not the liberal constitutionalist ideal that he rejects, but rather the notion that a liberal constitutionalist establishment here and now will permit, let alone can inspire or provoke, a consolidation of political will and the political means required to move the country from its here and now. He states that as he reads Dr. Sibanda's work, the problem he perceives is not that these liberal constitutionalist ideas must necessarily act as an obstacle to poverty prevention by organized political means. There might well be room to construe and apply them so that they need not be an obstacle. Michaelman hits our dilemma straight in the heart when he says that procedurally, constitutionalism means channeling raw political desire through institutional filters for deliberation, accountability, and control. Representative government, divided powers, institutional checks and balances, free and fair elections, and balancing of institutional power dynamics between the different branches of government. The difficulty is that with liberalism, the instinct is to fall back on procedural responses for very deep social conflicts. And I think Dr. Sibanda's issue is that this may lead to a complacency, that these procedures that have been established by our constitutionalism cannot respond to this pure political power. With these critical perspectives on the Constitution getting richer and richer every year through the works of people like Dr. Sibanda and Dr. Tsepo Madlingozi and Dr. Joel Mudiri, they have been distorted, unfortunately, and politicized by self-serving politicians. You know, we are left with the sense that something is not quite right with our Constitution, but with little understanding of what should be changed or what model exactly should be adopted. And I like to say, if politicians are angry at our Constitution, it's a very good thing, a very good thing. I'm almost at the end. Another person whose work I was looking at alongside Dr. Sibanda and Michaelman's response is our very own Professor Tinus Roux. And he asks, from a Global South perspective, he asks whether adopting a Global South perspective on constitutional law necessarily entails a rejection of liberal constitutionalism's moral premises and institutional prescriptions. Should the Global South abandon liberal constitutionalism because the lived experience of liberal constitutionalism in the non-Western world is that of an oppressive instrument of colonial domination and is a key contributing factor to the various post-colonial ills? I agree with Professor Roux that both the Indian and South African founding moments are best described as critical engagements with liberal constitutionalism rather than the wholesale rejection of that approach to governance. He asks, was the 1996 Constitution not an interactive product of the ascendant liberal consensus at the international level and South Africa's indigenous tradition of political struggle? The provisions, for example, on social rights drew on formulations developed by the International Committee of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, whose work had in turn been influenced by anti-apartheid struggle of the 1970s and the 1980s. Professor Roux asked a pertinent question worthy of reflection. Is transformative constitutionalism best understood as a qualitatively different variety of constitutionalism? The Global South's answer to the failed liberal constitutionalist project, or is it an extension of liberal constitutionalism to the circumstances of the Global South? Are the challenges facing constitutionalist governments in India and South Africa proof of the futility of the transformative constitutionalism conception? Conversely, are these challenges proof of the inappropriateness of even a developed form of liberal constitutionalism to the circumstances of the global South? Another question we can reflect on: are India's descent into religious populism and South Africa's descent into patronage politics proof of the failure of liberal constitutionalism in the global South? Ronald Dawkins saw our 1996 South African Constitution not as a radical departure from the liberal script, but rather an extension of it, whereas Joel Mudiri argues that the Constitution privileges and perpetuates Western values in a way that ensures the ongoing cultural and economic marginalization of the majority of the South African people. And personally, I want to say that my work in the last couple of years, not as an attorney at that firm, has been about researching the making of the South African Constitution, especially our negotiations. If you want to see the outcomes of our research, you can find it on our constitution.constitutionhill.org.za. And my research has made me partial to Professor Roo's view that the Indian and South African constitutions may stand for a distinct variety of constitutionalism that departs decisively from the liberal script, but it is also possible to see them as attempting to reimagine liberal constitutionalism from a global South perspective. Whichever political party had controlled the constitution-making process, even if the balance of political forces had been such that a more radical Africanist constitution had been adopted, that constitution too would have struggled with the challenges of converting its aspirations into a meaningful social and economic change. I've got more notes, but I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you very much for that very interesting and in-depth reflection.
Blame the academics.
Their
language is so
are
dense.
things that we will delve deeper into there as well. Just to go back to Judge Davis, I have a question for you as someone who was involved in the drafting of this Constitution. Now, we know that the Constitution is a product of various compromises, but now the question is it time to look beyond what we have? Is it time to reimagine a new constitution that takes us forward? Has this constitution outlived its utility? That is my question to Judge Davis.
Well, I just want to say that when you strip away all this literature, and I'm afraid I've been part of this as well, it's a simple proposition. A text does not give you an inevitable answer. So the point I'm making is you say, should we kind of relook it? With great respect, that's not the point. The point is that text is open-ended. Yes, it's true, you said, it's arguable that the Indian and the South African constitutions are slightly different, but at the end of the day, what they did, and certainly in India is a lot more problematic than South Africa, but I won't say that, is that the Constitution gave rise to the possibility of engaging with it in such a way that to bring about a transformative civic outcome. In other words, to reconfigure law so that instead of reinforcing the ill-gotten gain of apartheid, it could actually reconstruct our society in a far more egalitarian and communitarian way. So let me give you an example of what I mean. That's why Professor Gordon's book, which I highly recommend. He ends by saying the following. In 1952, Samuel asked his body to make it in the land he always questioned. By 1961, he observed it more important for communities to fight and build new concepts and institutions through which to better the lives of those not yet named. That is also the challenge, Gordon writes. We, not only those who've taken to the streets in times of converging pandemics, but also of all of us across times in which it is increasingly impossible to breathe, have inherited. In other words, the challenge is to breathe life into that text in a way that speaks to the South African condition.
And to argue that, well, it's an old-fashioned text, or alternatively it borrowed particular concepts, really? If you take the idea of equality, take the notion of privacy, take the notion of developing the common law in terms of spirit, purport, and objects of the Constitution, where does that give rise to one, as it were, liberal view? It doesn't. The trouble is that our constitution, our legal culture, as Professor Clare reminded us 30 years ago, is ultimately a liberal culture. Those of us who aren't liberals, generally speaking, peer from the outside inward. The vast majority of the legal establishment, and let me put it quite bluntly, including the public interest establishment, do work within a broad liberal paradigm. And it's a question of actually lifting your gaze and trying to realize that that text could give the possibility of something far more critical than the liberal establishment or the liberal legal culture, which to some extent dominates our position. That is the challenge of our time. So to answer your question, no, the point isn't to go and rewrite the thing. The thing is to reflect on the extent to which we are prisoners of a legal perspective that ultimately refuses to allow us to embrace a whole range of influences and to create the kind of critical, if you wish, South African constitutional jurisprudence, which abysmally continues not to be developed. If you look, for example, at the Constitutional Court judgments, how many of those, I ask rhetorically, really seek to engage with what I'm talking about? You will find very, very few.
I want to go back to something that you said earlier about how our present conditions are not as a result of the Constitution, which is a view that I myself am partial to, but ultimately a failure of politics. Now, what would you say to someone who says, for example, that by entrenching the protection of property as we do in our Constitution, what the Constitution has effectively done is taken away the important issues about redistributive justice out of the realm of political contestation and has turned them into legal questions that need to be answered by judges who, as you say, form part of a conservative or liberal legal culture that refuses to engage with some of these bigger questions. Is that not a problem with the Constitution itself?
Well, number one, let me talk about the property clause just for a second, because I mean there are people here. Tembeke Ngotoibi's book, I think, second book, I think, luminously rebuts that particular point. But let me just say two things. One is, if one actually looked at some of the critical property jurisprudence, I particularly reference here the late Professor Andre van der Walt. If judges only embraced that, which to some extent there was a tentative move in that direction in places like Morderklip, then in fact you have a totally different conception of property, in which in a sense the absolutist conception of property, which we inherited from the Roman Dutch law, gets jettisoned. Secondly, I ask this question: is it because of Section 25 that we've actually not had the kind of addressing of the property question? And my answer to that is no. It's the government that is to blame for this. It's society that is to blame for this. Because if we'd had a case, just one case, and that of course is why the Indian jurisprudence has to be dealt with such caution. There, the Indian Supreme Court for many years actually prevented land redistribution from taking place, invoking a very conservative view of property. In the South African context, we've not had one case before the Constitutional Court which tested the fact that Section 25 would have allowed a whole range of progressive redistribution mechanisms to take place. If you could point to one case where, in fact, a seriously progressive initiative by the government to change the property question, to reconfigure our cities, to essentially give greater access in the rural areas to people, to access to property in the rural areas, I would have said, okay, we may need to reconfigure the system. But the truth about it is, even if we change the property clause, if we have the kind of ineptitude that we've seen for 27 years, it will not be the text that will be responsible for the fact that people are still without land. And so the really interesting, important question is, why are we in this position? And I would want to argue that nobody's put up any evidence to suggest that there's been the courts as the obstacle to the kind of progressive change which I think we should be all demanding.
For those answers. Lwando, I want to come to you now. As someone whose formative years were under this new constitutional dispensation, someone who has borne witness to the evolution of the jurisprudence, can you say that you have seen the promise of the Constitution being fulfilled? And if so, to what extent?
So I quoted from Justice Scarman lecture, and that lecture actually is about what rights can do. And I think he gives very stunning examples of what rights can do, while also reminding us of their modest role in our lives. But personally, my experience of the power of rights is the Mangai case, which is the silicosis case. It made its way to the Constitutional Court when I was there. And for me, it sums up, so much about our country, because it's about mine workers. We know that our country is built on their backs. And because of apartheid era legislation, they were unable, when they developed terminal diseases, they were not entitled to sue for occupational diseases. They were given a stipend, I think 16,000 Rand, and they were sent home to basically die. And they were not entitled to even mount a lawsuit like other workers would be able to. And they came to the Constitutional Court to challenge these laws that had been outdated, right? And they were quite intricate, and we knew that if Thembekile Mangai is right, it's going to lead to the biggest class action lawsuit in the country's history. And he came and we worked on that case. I mean, we expedited the process because we knew that he was terminally ill. It was quite urgent. And also, we wanted to make sure that the judgment is perfect as always, because it was going to be scrutinized because of the amount of money here. And I've never, as a lawyer, felt as purposeful as that moment, knowing that something we were doing was going to materially change people's lives. And I remember the weekend before we handed down the judgment, working so hard on it, and then that Monday morning, getting that phone call that Mangai had died over the weekend. So it was bittersweet because I could see what the law could do, but it took too long. And then I remember 3 years later when I was an attorney and driving around in Saturday and seeing the little newspaper headlines saying that lawsuit that was started against the mines following that judgment had been settled in the biggest settlement in South African history. That felt like a good day. It felt like I can give an example of what rights can do, of what the law can do. So I would say that is my witnessing of the law changing people's material conditions. Even though Mangai had passed away, he was able to change the conditions of other people in the same situation as him and other families.
Okay. Thank you for that. It's quite an interesting story. And so I have 2 questions in closing. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to take questions from the floor. But you spoke a lot and seem to have engaged a lot with some of the arguments that are being made by the decolonial scholars or the critical scholars on the Constitution. To what extent, or to the extent that the Constitution is normative or prescriptive, to what extent does it limit what we can do as a society? To what extent does it limit what we can achieve or our potential to achieve large-scale transformation?
I think that point made by Michaelman sums it up, that for me, the law, regardless of its radical nature, will always have limits. Right. That if we're going to live in a country that is governed by laws, that pure political energy that we see, in the streets, at some point, it has to be channeled through institutions. It has to be filtered, and it's no longer as raw. So I think in that process, of bureaucracy and all of that, it will always feel that it is not as responsive as it should be. But I'm not convinced that under any other model, we wouldn't live with the same frustration. And I echo what Dr. Davis said, that, the Constitution as it is really enabling already for those who wanted to be even more radical, go for it. But I think that there's already so much we could do. I think there are clauses that come to the executive, especially the president's powers, that I feel maybe need to be looked at. But overall, I don't think that's where the energy, for me personally, should lie. I think a vacuum has been created by the inefficiency and corruption of our government that we haven't even been able to take this text that we have to the max, it feels.
All right. And then one final question based on what you've just said now, which one of the arguments is, well, this constitution has absolutely no potential to transform the society because it preserves a state of affairs that looks forward but does not remedy the past. It does nothing to change the foundations of the society it's trying to govern.
Do you mean
What do you
reparations
say?
and stuff?
Well, reparations, land reform, all of those things. What do you say to someone who says, well, it cannot really change much because all it does is preserve what already exists?
We had what they call the TRC Act that would deal with the TRC, including reparations and all those things. For me, it showed that under this constitutional regime, we can enact legislation that deals with reparations if we want to. Those things are not mutually exclusive. I think it's permissive. But again, I don't think we have the political will. If you look at even the meager reparations that were ordered by the TRC and how far we went with those. So for me, I think we can still pursue historical injustices in the form of reparations. I don't think the Constitution prevents that.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Judge Davis. Thank you very much, Lwando, for that very interesting discussion. I think we will take a tea break? No, 5 minutes. A 5-minute comfort break, and then we will carry on with the next session. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. That was really fun.
Great. Thank you all very much. We're going to start the second panel this morning. This panel is entitled Lawfare, the Role of the Courts in Upholding Democracy. I'm standing in for Advocate Adila Hassim, who's unable to be with us today. I'm not going to spend very much time on introducing this panel because they need very little introduction, and I'd rather preserve the time for discussion and questions afterwards. We are joined this morning by Advocate Tembeka Ngukatobi, Senior Counsel, Advocate Jason Brickhill in the middle, and Advocate Michelle LaRue, Senior Counsel as well. Between them, they have a vast amount of practical knowledge of conducting cases that fall under the rubric of lawfare in our society. They've authors, Tembeka's 2 books I'm sure you know very well, Land is Ours and Land Matters. Michelle co-authored with the presenter we had a little while ago, Dennis Davis, a book entitled Lawfare a couple of years ago, I think it was now. And Jason is, together with Tembeka, we're at the Constitutional Litigation Unit at the Legal Resources Center, 10 years ago now? And so we're very privileged to have such an esteemed panel with us this morning. They're each going to make some introductory remarks to frame the conversation, and then we'll take it from there. So first up, I'm going to ask Tembeka Ngukatobi to come up. Tembeka.
Thank you. Thank you, Lawson. I'm obviously pleased to be here and to share a platform with my esteemed colleagues, Jason and Michelle. I don't have a lot of time. I only have 10 minutes. So I'll try to, how many pages is this? This is 4 pages. Look, it's still got my notes. Recently, it was reported that there is mounting anxiety in the legal profession that respect for the rule of law in this country is declining. Government ministers have derided judges as enemies of the people. Lawyers have also been accused of being left-wing activists. The newspaper continued, "It is dangerous for the government to attack legal professionals just for doing their jobs. This undermines the laws made by Parliament." Luckily, this was not about South Africa. It was about the United Kingdom in 2021. But it is reflective of a larger point, a point made by Alexei de Tocqueville, who said that scarcely any political question arises that is not resolved sooner or later into a judicial question. This was not about his native country, France, but about the United States. And the year was not 2022, but 1832, in the de Tocqueville report to the French government, which would later be published into the classic text, Democracy in America. So the relationship between the executive and the judiciary has always been a tense affair. Take the 1897 example of the Transvaal Supreme Court under its Chief Justice, John Kotze, who struck down as invalid resolutions passed by the Volksraad, which is the equivalent of Parliament then, because it was incompatible with the Grondwet, the Constitution. Paul Kruger, the president of the Transvaal then, believed that courts should have no power to pronounce on constitutional validity of decisions of Parliament. The Chief Justice obviously disagreed, but that cost him his job as he was immediately fired, a decision described by Michael Corbett as a most pertinent instance of the influence of politics and the law. Our judiciary has rightly been hailed as a model for the world. In its short lifespan of 28 years, it has produced judgments spanning topics like socioeconomic rights, accountability, civil and political rights. It has withstood vicious attacks from politicians and disgruntled litigants. It remains a beacon of hope for the future of a society based on the rule of law and constitutionalism. It was in fact Nelson Mandela himself who bequeathed this function to the judiciary when he proclaimed on the 14th of February 1995 that the future of democracy hinges upon the Constitutional Court. Yet, Only 10 years thereafter, on the 8th of January 2005, Mandela's own political party, the ANC, argued that judges of the Constitutional Court see themselves as outside the masses, unaccountable to them, and not inspired by the hopes, dreams, and values of the masses. The ANC warned the judiciary that if it continued on its trajectory, this would inevitably result in popular antagonism towards the judiciary and our courts, with serious negative consequences for our democratic system as a whole. So it is this popular antagonism, by the way, declared 2 years before Jacob Zuma became president, that is at the center of the concern about the function of adjudication. How should judges navigate their role in a democracy where populism is a common feature of political life? And here, by populism, I mean an extreme majoritarian vision of democracy, which claims absolute, unlimited, quote-unquote, people's power. And in this version, the people tend to disappear into the background and are represented by a parasitic class, which depends itself on the liberal democracy to survive. Yet, it proclaims its disdain for the institutions of democracy, which constrain power. And this populism promotes a false promise to bring power to the people. But this is all a ruse. It is a pretense. The populists, the political populists, are simply people who do not want to be questioned about their own corruption, about the misuse of power, about the abuse of public resources. You see, populists are also opportunistic. They use genuine people's concerns to promote their narrow, selfish ends. In this sense, they take advantage of genuine concerns for as long as those concerns are aligned with their own selfish interests. Populists also claim to represent the common man, but their conduct undermines the institutions of democracy. Populism ultimately promotes a chaotic form of government in which everybody becomes a law unto themselves, the very antithesis of constitutionalism. So it is clear that judges are vulnerable here, not because they are illegitimate in the counter-majoritarian sense, but because a group of people have elected to specifically target the judiciary and render it subservient to an unrestrained mob. Unlike the uprising of the French Revolution, our mob equivalent is wearing suits, ties, and uses the institutions, including the courts, to malign them. This was all predictable. Apartheid experience already showed us how the courts could be encircled and targeted in those days by an uncivilized mob of white men with no respect for humanity. It was out of this recognition that Chapter 8 of the Constitution marked off a terrain for the judiciary. It proclaimed the following declarations. 1, the judicial authority of the Republic is vested in the courts. 2, the courts are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law, which they must apply impartially and without fear, favor, or prejudice. What does this mean? This is explained in the balance of Section 165. 1, no person or organ of state may interfere with the functioning of the courts. And this is a broad phrase without describing what interference means. 2, organs of state, through legislative and other measures, must assist and protect the courts to ensure independence, impartiality, dignity, accessibility, and effectiveness of the courts. 3, an order or decision by a court binds all persons, including the state and the president, to whom and organs of state to which it applies. So what should judges do? They are faced with a populist mob, but they also have a protective constitution. What is the role of a judge in a politically fraught climate? Perhaps the easy part is what not to do. A judge should not inflame the climate by making political statements in support of a political cause. That includes a judge's comments outside the role of adjudication. We have enough politicians to make noise. We do not need our judges to replicate them. This is easy to say, much more difficult to practice. What exactly are politically loaded comments, and how do they differ from legal arguments in pursuit of values like freedom, equality, dignity? Since these are contested ideals, it is easy to express them in political rather than constitutional language. Where should we draw the line? But this is first and foremost a question of judgment. And since a judge's role is to judge others, a judge should be capable of judging their own public expressions. A judge should also not use the platform of adjudication, a courtroom or a judgment, to express their own preferred political outcomes. The function of adjudication is rightly hallowed because it is an expression of the people's collective wisdom that in a democracy, some decisions must not be colored by politics, but by law, which must give everyone the belief, at the very least, that every view, regardless of its political merit, is equal before the law. In short, as tempting as it may be, a judge should never enter the political fray. I don't want to say anyone has entered the political fray, but everybody sees the problem. Yet certain things must be done. The Constitution is not a valueless, colorless, purposeless document. It expressly invites the judges to promote social and economic transformation. And this is not possible unless a judge engages with the legacy of apartheid. This means deliberately situating each case against the lens of accountability, transparency, and the transformative impulses of the Constitution. And here a judge is not supine, waiting for arguments to arise from the parties, but is an active agent of constitutional development. My suggestion of a judge as an agent of the Constitution invites the judge to open the space for political contest. But this is not a free-for-all. It is not clear why a judge should allow a court to serve as a platform for its own destruction by enabling the ventilation of views which seek to append the constitutional scheme. Let's be clear about this. There is no space for politicking inside a court. The political space which is mandated by the Constitution is overturning the ethos of Bantustanism and apartheid government, which were framed to operate against the interests of the majority. A judge's function is, in this sense, political. But it is political that is disciplined by the framework of the Constitution. And so a judge must always see the government bureaucracy and the politicians as instruments to transform society. Yet I accept that these are all techniques. They are not the essence of the judicial function. The essence is to protect and promote the Constitution. This is done by speaking forcefully, clearly, and plainly in judgments. Ordinarily, and this is not an absolute rule, judges are not at liberty to defend or even debate their own decisions in public. And this is a good thing. It protects the legitimacy and the integrity of the judicial function. Because of this, in political cases, perfect, I'm just about to finish. Because of this, I don't want to say how many minutes I've got. Otherwise, I'll be reminded here to stop talking. Because of this, in political cases, judges must provide clear, logical reasons. Providing reasons is about accountability to the political process. The reasons themselves must be rational and reasoned, and this is crucial. Judges often say politicians must be rational, but judgments must also be rational. This means that judges' decisions must be accessible and delivered without unreasonable delay. Judges should not bend their judgments or the timing of their judgments or even the language of their judgments or their rules according to the prevailing political climate. Yet, the judicial function is responsive to the people, but this does not mean yielding to populism. We are in a dangerous age of misinformation and disinformation. We are in the age of rising inequality, in the age of extreme poverty. These have all coincided and perhaps causally linked to a form of provincialism away from the ideals of integration, which are the hallmarks of constitutionalism. This is happening no longer on a global scale, but locally too. We see this most visibly in the political arguments about foreign nationals. Soon, this will be a problem for the judges. Soon, it will present potent political questions of its kind. Yet the answer is that the higher the political stakes, the greater the need to return to the basics of constitutionalism. Judges do this by being honest to their oath of office. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tembeka, for opening the discussion in that way. So I'm going to ask Jason to come forward now. Jason Brickhill.
Thanks very much. And I really enjoyed the first panel earlier with Dan, Dennis, and Luando, and I think it set the scene for today's conversation and our panel. One quick update on, just as far as my intro is concerned, I'm now based at the Socioeconomic Rights Institute of South Africa, SERI. So picking up on where Tembeka left off, if his comments were directed at a historical perspective and at what judges should do today when confronted with political cases, I want to talk more to what the rest of us outside courts should be doing in the context of courts and the conversation about constitutionalism. So my comments are directed at the commentariat, civil society, social movements, activists, academia, the media, and so-called LLB Twitter. And I want to make two main points, two broad points. The first, and I hope you won't complain of false advertising, is that I'm going to argue that we need to drop this term lawfare. We need to move away from the term, and I'll say why. The second is to make a few comments about how we're conducting this conversation about the performance of our courts under the Constitution, and some areas in which that conversation is falling into some traps, and some ways that I suggest that we should move that conversation, how to talk about the courts. But let me start with lawfare. It's a term that's gained currency locally. It carries this feeling of excitement, of drama. It's a portmanteau, a combination of two words, obviously, law and warfare. But its history is interesting and complicated. The term was first used in the context of South Africa by the Comoros, whom Luando mentioned earlier in her comments. And I pause to note that I'm aware of the allegations against John Comaroff of sexual harassment, and I stand with the three women at Harvard. But back to lawfare. So the Comoros used it to describe how law was used to oppress indigenous peoples in South Africa. A well-known phenomenon, social phenomenon. But where else has it been used? Around the same time as the Comoros were discovering it. It was first used by a US military lawyer in the US Air Force, Major General Charles Dunlap, who used it to complain about how international human rights law was being used to block US military objectives. So that was an early use. It was then used by pro-Israeli Zionist groups to complain about how Palestinian movements were resisting the occupation of Palestine. Then, interestingly, in a kind of political flip, it's been used more recently in Latin America to talk about how the law and courts have been used to remove democratically elected Latin American leaders in the post-dictatorship period. So there's all of this confusing back and forth usage across history. But the term, when we pause to think about it, carries predominantly negative connotations. And as Rue has observed, there are three ideas really embedded in this term lawfare, built into it, wired into it, in ways that we can't even necessarily pick up until we find it used. The first is that litigating political cases threatens judicial independence. It imperils our courts. So that's the first idea embedded in lawfare. The second is that it debilitates our democratic politics. So it takes political disputes into the courts, and that's a problem, that's bad, we shouldn't be doing it. The third is that it involves abuse of the legal process, that we're talking about cases where Stalingrad tactics are employed, where the courts are being abused for illegitimate purposes again. So as is clear from some of these three ideas that are built into the term, I would argue that using the term lawfare as the grand term to talk about litigating political cases delegitimizes the legal struggles of progressive forces in society. It floats in the air, the idea that there's something we need to be worried about when social movements, activists, poor people, and anyone else approaches the courts in political disputes. And I'm not saying that these things don't happen, that our courts aren't threatened by some forms of litigation, that our democratic politics isn't sometimes better served by taking disputes out of the courts and onto the streets or into parliament. These things do happen, but they're contingent risks. They're not features of litigating political cases. They're not characteristics, things that inevitably happen when we take political cases to the courts. So I want to suggest that we rather use two other terms. So when we're talking in neutral terms, the term strategic litigation covers all manner of evils and goods. It's normatively neutral. When we're talking about normatively justifiable litigation, then I suggest we use the term public interest litigation. Now, those terms might seem neither here nor there, but words have power, and they influence our discourse, they influence our conversation. And that's the second topic that I now want to turn to. Because clearly this is one of the most topical issues of the day. Everywhere we turn, from mainstream media to social media, to the corridors of chambers, the courts, the offices of civil society and political parties, everyone is talking about courts and democracy. So how do we think more clearly about what courts are doing in our democracy and assess their impact? So a few do nots I want to suggest, or things that I'd like us to move away from. The first is anecdotal focus on single cases, disproportionately, where we think one case will tell us everything about the state of our judiciary, its independence, its impact. Anecdotal case incidents are powerful. One example can be very powerful and illustrative, but we really need to step back and look at the bigger picture and the longer-term view. Relatedly, and maybe this one is also for LLB Twitter, is that much of our discourse on all sides feels a bit like soccer fans watching their favorite team playing the arch rival. We react to an outcome of a single case in much the way soccer fans would. That wasn't a penalty, that wasn't a foul, it shouldn't have been a goal. The objectivity fades away because we focus on the single outcome, rather than the enduring constitutional principles that are at stake. And I think that's because of our politics at the moment. It's because our politics are so heated. It's because of the threat of state capture. But I think we're seeing now, as the years unfold, the need to take a longer-term view in our constitutional discourse and our constitutional jurisprudence. And one good example of that is the Nkandla decision, in which Tembeka appeared and he built the case along with colleagues. It was widely celebrated as a victory for accountability at the time, and it is in many respects. But what it did was declare that the decisions of the public protector are binding, or may be binding. And what that's done is generated review after review after review of every public protector decision since. And that will continue regardless of who the public protector may be in future. So this isn't about sinners and saints in Chapter 9 institutions. It's about enduring constitutional principles, constitutional design for our children and our grandchildren. And the basic point is that after Nkandla, instead of focusing on government non-delivery, we focus on the process followed by the public protector in investigating that very non-delivery. So our conversation shifts to the wrong place. And that's just one example of how a constitutional knee-jerk reaction may have implications down the road, longer term. So what I want to suggest is that in this conversation, we need to be clearer about the claims that we make, especially about the empirical, factual claims that we're making about what our courts are actually doing, what they're achieving. A lot of the literature, especially the literature that Luando referred to in her input earlier, operates at the level of theory, or at best at the level of doctrine, cases. It doesn't actually look at what's happening on the ground, what the impact of cases are on communities that are directly affected. So I want to make a pitch for socio-legal studies, that we need to look beyond the page of the written judgment, and certainly beyond the page of theoretical contributions, especially those based in the West, and look at what's actually happening following court cases, which requires careful investigation. And I want to offer one framework for how we do that, how we talk about what court cases do. And it's a distinction between three types of effects that they have: legal effects, material, and political. And I think a lot of the conversation blurs these, it moves between them when we talk about, is our constitution working, failing, what are the courts achieving? Legal impact is the impact in terms of judgments, decisions, rights and obligations of parties. How has the law actually developed? The black letter law on the page. What does the jurisprudence look like? Almost 1,000 decisions of the Constitutional Court, what do they say? Material impact is tangible change on the ground. So what has this judgment meant for people on the ground? Political impact is all about power. So regardless of what the judgment might say on paper, and regardless of what has changed on the ground, how has power shifted in society or not? How have our ideas shifted, the power of ideas in society? And one quick example, it's a case that came up a few times yesterday in the conversations, is the textbooks litigation. So the legal impact would be a judgment holding that every learner in the country has a right to every textbook in every prescribed subject. That's the legal impact. But it's clear that on its own that's not enough. The material impact is every learner actually having a textbook in their hand. And the political impact is us talking about textbooks today. It's government prioritizing textbooks. So it's given textbooks a sense of priority in the national discourse, in government priority setting. So I want to suggest that if we think about the effects of courts in these terms, the legal impact, material and political, we'll be clearer about where this, as Judge Colopin put it yesterday, the spectacular successes and the spectacular failures are. Are they in the court decisions? And that came up with Judge Davis earlier. Or are they in the implementation, as Luando argued? And what's happening in the balance of power in society? How is that shifting? So I'll draw to a close, but my pitch is for a longer-term view in our conversations about the Constitution, a focus on building enduring principles and building constitutional institutions up that will serve our children and our grandchildren and not just respond to the political moment. And that this is the real revolution of our age, to build these institutions. And that they must be built on a new politics, a politics of love. And that sometimes the real revolution happens quietly, out of the public eye. Sometimes it has to be loud and disruptive, and those tactics are also legitimate. And at the heart of building that constitutional revolution are our people, communities, and social movements. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jason, for those thought-provoking comments. Really takes the conversation a long way forward, I think. Advocate Michelle Leroux, Senior Counsel.
Thanks, Lawson, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Now, I unfortunately couldn't join the conversations yesterday with my fellow panelists about what we were going to cover. So it was all very interesting to hear what the first two had to say. Fortunately, I think my contribution brings that all together quite nicely, and I think we can move forward. Because what I thought I'd like to cover are to make 3 points. The first is adjudication is a political act, and we mustn't shy away from that. Point number 2, we don't want a juristocracy, and we do need to change our legal culture. Point number 3, let's think of some different labels to put on our Constitution. So when I say adjudication is a political act, what do I mean? My starting point is law is the expression of political will. So it's a point I make repeatedly. Apartheid was legal. There were statutes, regulations, laws on the book to make sure that that political project was legal. The era we're in now is using law and legislation to dismantle that, replace it, completely alter how our society is configured. So the first point is, it's not about that law and adjudication mustn't be confused with the political action that we need in order to build the society that we want. Because law will always lag behind. It's true that the Constitution expresses where we'd like to get to, but it's lagging behind the lived reality of our people. 30 years after the end of apartheid, the color of your skin is most likely going to determine your prospects. Where you were born, how you live, what school you go to, what healthcare you can access, what your opportunities are. And until we can change those material conditions, we should be careful about thinking that law on a page somewhere is going to be able to feed people or give them access to healthcare. We've seen that with the COVID regulations. Their impact was incredibly disproportionately felt, depending on whether you're unemployed and already dependent on social grants, whether you're a small business owner who can't access credit to be able to keep trading, whether you're a single mother trying to find healthcare. So we know that the words on the page aren't going to help alone. Some other points about this. What law is trying to do, what the Constitution is trying to do, is ensure that we have oversight and accountability in building the society that it prefigures. So our politics is changing, and there's some exciting opportunities there in the law. One simple example. In 2024, if all the political pundits are right, for the first time, certain provinces, other than the Western Cape, may not be in the hands of the current governing party. What does that do to the powers of the NCOP? There are oversight and accountability functions in the Constitution given to the NCOP that we've never used because 8 out of 9 provinces could always get everything through. What happens when that chamber of parliament becomes an active site of debate and oversight and accountability from a wider range of political voices and political projects? What does it mean when we see political trials continuing? So we know from Bravonia trial, treason trial, all the way through to today, that criminal law gets used to criminalize the political activity of political opponents. Those that are guilty, that are charged with corruption or fraud or sort of straight crimes, turn those into political trials. So it's naive to think that adjudication is not a political act. We've mentioned the outcome-based dangers of adjudication, and I'm pleased you mentioned the Nkandla judgment, because it wouldn't be hard to do the thought experiment of thinking about a rogue public protector coming up with an irrational set of remedial actions that a rational president decided not to implement. And what would the court down the road have done with those facts? We might have ended up with the very opposite outcome to what we got in the Nkandla decision. And that's why it's important to think about the outcomes, to think about whether we are reaching those outcomes for good adjudicative reasons, or purely because we prefer that political outcome to some other one as a set of judges. Let me end this first point by saying, at my first acting stint, the Deputy Judge President said something that has stayed with me in all the others, which is, you're writing for the parties when you are writing your judgment. You're not writing a law journal article, you're not writing a thesis, you're not writing an argument, you're writing for the parties whose case you're trying to resolve. And it's important, therefore, that the adjudicator sets out in their decision why they came to the decision they came to, how they considered each point made by everybody in front of them, so that that outcome has legitimacy and so that it has consistency with where we go in other cases. My second point, we still need radical reform of our legal culture. It's conservative, it's racist, it's sexist. It's middle or upper class based. That means that we narrow the field for the people that are in court. It puts an obligation on all of us as lawyers to make sure that we are conscious of our biases, conscious of our privilege, conscious of our prejudice, and try to think through how best to vindicate the interests of our clients when we go to court. It also means that what we've now seen, and it's a valuable thread to this conversation, is the critical importance of thinking about the role of the Judicial Services Commission. We know that we are blessed with black and female jurists who enrich the bench, and the change in the composition of the bench in the last 3 decades has been absolutely laudable. We know we've got further to go, though, in terms of the awareness about other considerations, and I have in mind particularly class. So then my final point. The Constitution is getting used in a lot of different ways, I think, in our political discourse, and in understanding our purposes as litigants, as litigators, as sometime adjudicators. And it's getting described in a lot of different ways. And I hear Jason's critique of the lawfare label as well. So let's think of some other labels that open up the potential that is unrealized in our Constitution. I've heard it described as a crime scene cover-up. What does that mean? It means we haven't done enough to implement what came out of the TRC. We haven't done enough to prosecute apartheid-era criminals. We haven't done enough to engage with meaningful redistribution of the economic wealth of this land. We've run into the ground when it comes to things like the BEE framework as it's currently applied. I've heard it described as an obstacle, most easily in the Section 25 debate, but we know that it's not the problem. It's not the obstacle we have to get around. So what does that say for how we mobilize and think about what the true obstacles are to those kind of reforms? I would like to use it in 3 ways, and they just all happen to be B's. I don't know why. The first is a blueprint. I want to live in the country that's described in that document. I still do. That's the blueprint for the society that I hope we build. I think of it as a benchmark. How far do we still have to go in order to get there? You know, the sign on the side of the road that tells you your destination is so many kilometers away. Depending on what issue you're thinking about, it's a benchmark that tells us whether we've realized its vision or not. And the third point is the point that Dennis Davis and I have made in the books that we've done, and it's a concept that we've taken from Etienne Moreinik, and that is the Constitution as a bridge. It's a bridge in Moreinik's view, away from a culture of authority and impunity to a culture of justification, of rational action. But it's a bridge that we're actually building as we're crossing it. So we actually need the political project to be about confirming, do we want to leave where we've been? I think the answer is yes. Do we still want to go to the destination that we're trying to get to? Yes. Is everybody coming along on the journey? And the answer to that is no. Let me pause there so we can have more debate.
Well, we've had 3 absolutely outstanding brief presentations. I wish we could have listened to them for longer. I've got lots of questions, but I really am going to restrain myself because I know you also will have lots of questions and comments. So I'm going to open it up to the floor. I see 1 hand there and 2, 3. Let's take those 3 first.
Thank you so much, facilitator. And also, I would like to express my appreciation to these 3 speakers. You know, I'm very much, I don't know, I feel so, yeah. You know, yeah, I don't know how to express it. You know, the way you put it, it's like, you touch the nerve, you know, yeah. And one thing that which I would like to touch on, it's the fact that the last speaker just mentioned the fact that adjudication is a political act. And the second speaker, the middle speaker, mentioned the fact of the crimes, actually the ICC, you know. What is it? I'm trying to link it, you know, and this makes me personally at times lose confidence with what is happening. For instance, I'm making an example. One, we have seen what one country, I'm talking about America, France, and all that, have done in the world. Crimes. If we talk about crimes, we talk about what they did in Japan, what they did in Afghanistan, what they did in Iraq, what they did in Israel, or what exactly they are doing right now in Israel, supporting Israelites and all that, and also what they did in Libya, and you know, most things. And now today, who needs, because I was watching news, I watch news almost every day, but the fact is that I saw on the news that the ICC is investigating crimes, you know, against Russia and all that, you know. So it fulfills that, you know, that statement that said adjudication is a political act, you know. And I'm very much into it, actually, I do believe into that, because it's something that which is happening right away. And I do agree also with you that the Constitution and the law should ensure oversight and also of accountability. But in South Africa, we still have a challenge regarding the wealth redistribution. Most people, you go to the Eastern Cape, you go to Limpopo, you go to Mpumalanga, everywhere else, we still, I even don't enjoy driving in those provinces, especially in rural areas. Kids walk long distances, they've got to cross rivers, they have to learn under trees, they don't have toilets. It's seriously bad, more than bad, the way it is. And it looks as if our constitution is not serving, or rather, those that needs to provide services.
Can you come to the point of the question, please?
And one last one, is that it seems as if everyone is agreeing on the fact that we need a radical reform in ensuring access to justice. What I'm saying is because I once listened to Vincent Mdunge, the once spokesperson in KZN, if I'm not mistaken, when he talked about the gaps and people being incarcerated, put into jail because there was no access to representation, proper representation, and also Jody Kolapen spoke about exactly the same issue. The price for you to get proper representation, for ensuring that you get proper, that's the thing. So it looks as if everyone is sharing the same sentiments, and how do we address that?
Thank you.
And how do we ensure that everybody understands Constitution? Because it's only a few of us here. We've got about 58 million people in South Africa. But how many of them have had, a copy of this Constitution, or rather understanding it? Thank you so much.
Go ahead. Go. Please try and keep it short.
I'm going to try and do that. Sanbona Nongenzini, I go by the name of Loyiso Kianki. I'm from the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation. One of your don'ts, you said we mustn't use one case to be able to, have an overview. But wouldn't you say for the law right now, continuously failing to uphold the Constitution, the state capture is actually going to be the one example and the peak example of actually showing whether the law is actually doing what it is supposed to? I understand. Not only for the previous generations, because politicians have been going over this, but no one has ever been taken into, arrested. But that would actually set the pace for the future in terms of everybody is not above the law. Whether you're a politician, whether everybody has to come to an understanding that the law has to be upheld. So wouldn't you say that don't example is actually right now at the time where the state capture report and everything that comes out of that will actually determine the turning point of why we have this law and this Constitution?
Thank you. Pass it along.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Musa Mandela Rhodes alumni and a CA at the LRC upstairs. First of all, congratulations on a great event. We're all parched for this conversation, given what is happening in the country. Yesterday, in fact, today we're talking about transformative constitutionalism. Yesterday we spoke about a just transition, which stems from the phrase transitional justice, a set of mechanisms a country uses to address past human rights abuses post-conflict. And the thing about post-conflict is that, and both Dr. Sibanda and Prof. Mudiri agree, that it's such a fleeting and volatile moment. There's only so much you can do at that time, right? I just want to take our speakers to a hypothetical and imagination space. How different do you think our Constitution and our articulation of democracy would have been had we swung to the far left of the justice spectrum, in that we would have chosen retributive justice and not restorative justice, in that had we chosen prosecutions, as impossible as this was, because amnesty was very important for the transition, but had we chosen to in fact go to the courts and not entrench that in our Constitution, because in so many ways our constitution had to be restorative. It had to forgive. Our legal frameworks had to do that. It affected how we articulated the crime of apartheid, the extent, the economic, and so forth. So how different would that have been had we gone to a retributive and not restorative? And just to wrap that up, now that we are going and sort of going back to that undertaking with the Timol inquest, with the agate and the apartheid-related investigations and prosecutions, as painful as this question is as well, what's the point?
If you can pass it, there's a woman right at the back. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Constance Mohale and I'm working for the Alliance for Rural Democracy. My question is simple. I want you to educate me a bit around law and justice. Because we have seen, our constitution has been progressive, and thanks to this constitutional court that we still have a voice as oppressed people. But we have seen victories in the constitutional court not translated into reality, and politicians, even the president, betraying the promise that is in the constitution to make sure that we've got an alternative vision of democracy where the rural, urban, Bantustan, and the central is one country, one voice. Yet we have seen them coming up with laws that are anti-people, that aims to strip us of our customary land rights. I don't want to dwell on the history of dispossession, but the land that we as communal people have to survive is being now under attack. And we don't know who is in the side of the people. Is it the judiciary or is it the politicians that we elect? But what is justice, really? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Constance. I'm going to ask the panelists to respond to those questions. Can we start this time with you, Jason?
Oh, sure.
You can sit there.
Some quick responses. Great comments and questions. Thank you. Thank you all. I'll just pick up on the last aspect of the first speaker. I'm sorry, you didn't give your name. Sfiso. The need for radical reform regarding access to justice. And as the only lawyer on this panel who is mahala, because I don't charge fees at Civic, I think I'm well placed to answer this question. I do believe that we need that radical reform around access to justice over the next decade, 2 decades. And I do think it is a decade-long struggle. There's a foundation for it in the Constitution. Section 34 guarantees the right of everyone to a fair hearing in all civil matters. And in at least 2 cases so far, the courts have held that a fair hearing may require free state legal representation, civil legal aid. But we haven't done anything yet with this. This is the Magiduana judgment of the Constitutional Court and the High Court judgment below it, and the earlier Nkuzi judgment. So there's a constitutional right to civil legal aid. What are we doing to hold Legal Aid South Africa accountable to provide civil legal aid at a wide scale so that all of our people are able to enforce their constitutional rights, not just cases here and there sporadically? And I do believe that's key to the next decade or 2 of struggle. Loyiso challenged me that state capture perhaps is the one example that is really paradigmatic at the moment and captures the state of the constitutional health of the country. So let me be clear, that's exactly the sort of thing I'm suggesting. Moving beyond looking at one individual judgment to the broader phenomenon. So state capture now is represented by, so if we just take the judgments concerning the security cluster, there are about 20 or so judgments that have either removed or retained people in leadership in the Hawks, SAPS, IPID, etc. So we look at those collectively, and that's a study that I'm looking at the moment. But I agree, that's the conversation. We step back, we look at one sector, one set of institutions, and there can be few more important than state capture at the moment. And there are different ways of looking at it. My colleague from the LRC, and your comment about retributive justice. So first of all, I mean, I do wonder whether a shift to retributive justice would be a shift to the left or perhaps a shift to the right. I do hold that there can be no truth without justice in the context of apartheid crimes, reparations, and so on. And we've been There have been a handful of civil society organizations, including the LRC and others, who've tried to push for the prosecutions and push for reparations beyond the narrow TRC framework. People have often criticized the TRC, but the TRC handed over a list of several hundred people to be prosecuted to the NPA. None of those people have been prosecuted. And one of the last acts of our dear colleague, George Bizos, in his final years was to testify in the Rodriguez proceedings around to support the prosecution to bring justice to Ahmed Timol. More needs to be done. There is still time, but time is ticking away fast, and one person who will now not face prosecution is F.W. de Klerk. And that case had also been launched by the family of the Craddock Four, and those proceedings are pending. But much more needs to be done. Much more needs to be done. And then finally to Mam Constance, I think Tembeka will probably pick up more on the issues of land rights and courts and politicians. But just to say, in relation to victories in court not translating into victories on the ground, that's again why I say we need to draw these distinctions so that we can identify diagnostically, is the problem in our law? So is it a question of legal impact, or is it a question of material or political? Is it a question of implementation, or is it a question of our politics, the balance of power, that rural communities are not able to assert power that overrides the interests of political and commercial elites, which may be the case. So I hope those distinctions might be helpful to the conversation. Those would be my brief responses.
Thank you, Jason. Michelle, can I ask you to go next?
Sure. A couple of points I'd want to make. The first is we don't need more laws. We need implementation of laws. And I know that's trite, but let me put it the other way. We've got a lot of vehicles for accountability, transformation, redistribution, transformation. We don't have enough drivers. So the state capture implementation, we all know that the NPA doesn't have the capacity to drive that project. How do we get the capacity into the state? We know that there's going to be, Zondo has recommended an anti-corruption agency. Who's going to be there? We know that in the State of the Nation, the president said we must have a new holdco, a new holding company for all the SOEs. Who's going to be on that board that isn't already on all the other boards? We say we need to progress, prosecutions. Who's going to do all this? How do we get that capacity into the state? But on the access to justice question, there's also something that troubles me even more, which is the cases that we have all talked about so far are the sexy cases that are in the news. What about the fact that the master's office doesn't work if you're trying to get a will probated, if you're trying to get a custodian appointed for your demented mother, if you're trying to get a custodian appointed for a child that needs assistance? The everyday work of our legal system is not the sexy cases that we're lucky enough to be in. It's that bread and butter, divorces, custody, property, property cases, delicts, breaches of contract, RAF compensation cases, and those are all stuck in the same problem about capacity. So, I recognize the risks of capture, I recognize the risks of compromising independence, but we have to be thinking of how to solve the problem, of how do we get the capacity that we have in this country, because we have the skills. How do we get it into the state in a way that we can actually use it? And then last point, which takes me a little bit out of the stream of this, but you invited us into the imagination hypothetical space. I think white people could have been asked for a lot more in 1994, and they would have given it. Madiba Magic, whatever it was, you could have done a tax that was a one-off. You could have done more at the time, probably for a period of time into the Mbeki era. There was political will, political spirit. There was a politics in the country where if you'd asked, more would have been done. Now, we see the middle classes, black and white, saying, you want to raise my income tax so you can eat some more. No. So the needs haven't gone away, they've got worse because our inequalities got worse. the political willingness of the people to share has become ugly and hardened and embittered. And that needs the capacity question to be resolved, right? So when we see orange overalls for everyone from Marcus Jooste to whoever, then it unlocks that spirit again, that generosity, that diversity and unity, which is what makes living here better than living anywhere else. So, you know, that's a dream space, because it's a dream at this point, that I think is an interesting hypothetical experiment. The legal way to do that I've often debated with people is, should we have gone for a much slimmer constitution, almost like another interim constitution, and then had built into that another CODESA 10 years, 20 years down the line? Because we call now for a new CODESA, right? But politically it's never going to happen. So could, you know, a slimmer constitution with a better focus on a transition, you know, in my bridge, and then you revisited it 25 years, that would have been a political moment that we could have all seized as well. So, you know, at the moment it's wishful thinking, but that's where I go on your invitation of what else could we have done, what if. Thanks.
Tembeka, to round it off.
Oh, am I rounding it off? All right. Let me try. All right, so I just have 5 points, and I'll be very, very brief on each of them. The first one is, I don't think Michelle intended to say that when she said the adjudicative function is political, she did not intend to say that judges are politicians in gowns. It's crucial to always keep that distinction, because otherwise one collapses and delegitimizes the judicial function. The judicial function is primarily occupied with the law, and the law is something outside of politics, although it is a product of politics. This is the big paradox of constitutionalism. The law is always outside of politics. Sometimes it controls politics, but it is not itself another version or variant of politics. So that's the one thing to just make clear, that I know that there were a lot of people who liked the idea that judges are just another branch of politics, but it just needs to be cleared now. The second one is Nuremberg, whether we should have gone the Nuremberg way or not. I think Jason is right in sounding a skeptical view that it's unclear if that would have been a progressive left-wing approach. It could well be a right-wing position to take. But the other thing is that we did have a version of Nuremberg. What you had to do under the transition, again, we forget these things because we're debating in the moment. Under the TRC provisions, this is the scheme. You ask for forgiveness, which was called amnesty. But in exchange, you promise to tell the truth. If you don't tell the truth, you get prosecuted. That was the scheme. That's Nuremberg. Now, many people asked for forgiveness, but they lied, right? And the judges found that they had lied. The ANC government did not prosecute them. That's the problem. So let's debate that problem. Why did the ANC government not prosecute the people who lied at the TRC and did not tell the truth? Now, civil society has pursued these cases. And most recently, there's a court order that says the ANC government must prosecute the people who lied in the TRC. But the ANC has not had political will to do this. So that's the big problem. It's not a choice about Nuremberg and something else. It's the fact that the government is not doing what the Constitution says must be done. The third issue is around the land issue, specifically in the Bantustan areas, so-called TBVC. Now that's 22 million people that live under a form of traditional leadership or the other. Now again, the problem is that the Constitution in Section 25 is clear that there should be security of tenure there. And it's also clear that there should be expanded access to the land in the form of land redistribution. So again, this is not a choice about 1994. It's the fact that after 1994, the ANC did nothing about security of tenure in the villages, and it did nothing about land redistribution. And by the way, it also did nothing about land restitution, which was the easiest of all of the programs. I mean, the fact that now, in 28 years, there's only 9% land that has been acquired under the restitution program is truly a scandalous thing. But again, that's got nothing to do with the framework. The framework exists. The ANC just didn't do it. So that's the question, is why do we have an ANC government that simply has no political will to implement the Constitution? The fourth point is around this left and right-wing paradigm. I'm very skeptical about these labels about left and right wing. My reading of the Constitution is as a radical left wing, but progressive left wing constitutionalism, not opportunistic or populist left wing ideas, but it is a radical progressive left wing constitution. Now, I say this because you can compare it with comparable constitutions, Canada, America, India, elsewhere. You simply will not find constitutions that are similarly structured. For instance, look at the Bill of Rights section, which has an entrenched and justiciable socio-economic rights provision. The idea that people are entitled to food from the state, they're entitled to houses from the state, they're entitled to healthcare from the state. These are at the core of left-wing progressive thinking across the world, highly resisted by liberal scholars who say these are not claims that can be made against the state. So this is what we have in South Africa is a progressive left-wing. So we always have to protect this because it's always under threat from populists. And populists are people who masquerade, they use the language of left-wing radicalism. But in reality, these are right-wing populists who want to destroy the institutions. So we have to always protect what we have against apparent left-wing arguments, which are in reality right-wing arguments. The last thing I want to say, in the last 27 years, although I am very critical, in my most recent book, I've been critical specifically on the land issue. But there's another book by Stuart Wilson, which focuses on one area, which is property, specifically urban property in the inner city. And he examines, now Jason, I'm very disappointed because you are the one who called us at the beginning to say, when we examine the impact of the Constitution, we have to look at a tripartite set of considerations. One of them is material, and the other is political changes. And yet, Stuart Wilson has conducted the exercise. So where are the outcomes? So he's conducted the exercise. It's a most remarkable study because it shows the great transformation that property relations have been impacted by the Constitution. And he examines 3 areas. Evictions, right? No one could have imagined in 1994 that the law on evictions would be as advanced as it is, and that the difficulties of kicking someone out of the house would be as pronounced as it is. Because when we began the journey on evictions, we only had the old tenant and landlord, in which the landlord had all the power and the tenant had no power. But the infusion of transformative constitutionalism in that relationship has changed the dynamic in unimaginable ways. He also examines the second question, which is rentals. No one could have imagined that rentals could be regulated, which is a private arrangement, could be regulated by the Constitution in the way that we can see today. And then the third one being evictions. I mean, the effect of the matter that the law on evictions has expanded and grown so much. So if we take Jason's framing of what we should be looking at to examine the impacts of the Constitution, the picture, in fact, looks less depressing, as we sometimes like to claim when we sit in forums such as this. Thank you, Lawson.
Thank you very, very much, Tembeka. And we are immensely grateful to have these 3 people with us this morning. And I know we've run over time, but I'm sure you don't mind at all. So that means that we're going to eat into your tea break. So can I please ask you to be back in 15 minutes at 10 to 12. But another round of applause for our 3 panelists.
We the people.
That is still working.
So Tabi-Leoka has to leave at 12:14. So it means we have to start on time. And Ayabonga has to leave at 12:14. So he's virtual. Okay. So it means we have to start on time, right?
The one that we just had right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. How many people are out there?
Why is this not?
It means it's taking it. I'll tell you what, it's coming from Riverside. I told you I turned my That went away. I'm hearing something else now from you. I've lost the music. And I'm hearing talk. Where am I hearing that from? I'm hearing it from my... I'm hearing my...
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tabi Leoka, and I will be moderating this session. So I'm a big supporter in virtual working and working from home. But this time, because two of my panelists are both virtual, I actually wish they were here because there's nothing that can replace in-person communication and interaction. But be that as it may, I'm sure that we can still have a very good and robust discussion with both Lebogang and Ayabonga connecting virtually. So I'm going to introduce my panelists today. It is Lebogang Molaisi, who is a member of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, COSATU, and Ayabonga Kawe. Ayabonga is a fellow Presidential Economic Advisory Council member, of which I'm a member of. He's also an author. He is the MD at Civic Holdings, and he's a host at Metro FM. So the topic that we've been given is inclusive growth and the realization of socioeconomic rights, which I wish my panelists had listened to the previous discussion, because I think a lot of what was said, especially by Tembeka, in terms of populist agendas that are leading us astray, and some of your comments earlier in terms of the social support and slow economic growth, and also land issues that some of you mentioned earlier. So I'm going to start with you, Lebogang, and ask you and Ayabonga the same question. What, in your understanding, is inclusive growth? And I'm asking it because I feel that South Africa is extremely polarized. And as a result, this polarization is impeding on our ability to find a solution for economic growth and inclusivity. So if we don't have a common understanding of what inclusive growth is, it will be very difficult for us to attain it. So to in your view, what do you understand as inclusive growth, and what do you want inclusive growth to mean?
Thank you and for the question. I think I'll go first, and then Ayabonga will come after me. Thank you for the invitation. I did actually listen to the session that preceded our session today. I think it's a wonderful flow of discussions. Simplest terms, inclusive growth means growth that includes everybody. The structural problems in our country pre-1994 mean that certain racial groupings, certain genders were not allowed to participate meaningfully in economic processes, and that has created the structural problems that we have currently, where ownership is in the hands of a very few minority with a particular racial demographic. So that has meant that, to a large extent, those who have been previously disadvantaged remain so today, and are excluded from economic participation and participating in a meaningful way. So if we were to grow, and I still lament the fact that growth is calculated via GDP, but that's what it is. We can't do much about that. If there is to be growth, and if there is to be an increase in our gross domestic product, ideally it's meant to benefit everybody, and to benefit particularly those who have been structurally excluded from participating in the mainstream economy.
And you, Ayabonga?
Thanks, Tabi, and also to Section 27 and the organizers for the invite. I do think that I'd agree with what Lebogang is saying, and maybe would only add that in relation to what we're talking about today around socioeconomic rights, that inclusive growth certainly has to be able to contend with the reality that many people are faced with in South Africa, where your ability to clothe yourself, to feed your children, to be able to access public goods is contingent on participation in the labor market or being able to have access to money. And I think any inclusive growth path has to at least give true effect to what the NDP speaks of a minimum
floor beneath which nobody who is a citizen in our society should fall. And I think that's the first comment. I think the second one, from a workplace perspective, has to be about having very viable and functional frameworks that are able to equitably distribute the benefits and the risks of particular economic activity. So if there are productivity improvements, if there are improvements in profitability, there should be some basis for a relatively equitable distribution of some of that value. And I think without that, you're likely to have the type of growth which in its direction and character has not necessarily translated into broadening of economic participation, least of all by those who I guess have been marginalized by the past we come from, but also I guess the contemporary socioeconomic reality that we're faced with.
28 years later, and we still haven't achieved this economic or inclusive growth. What, in your view, are the issues, and how do you think we can solve them? And this is a question that I think has been discussed since 1994, at least even pre-1994. So why are we unable to get this or attain this inclusive growth? And who is also responsible for it?
Is that question to me or to Lebogang? Oh, okay. Look, I mean, I think on the one hand, you're right, that there's been a considerable amount of reflection over a long period of time on how do you create a new economy? Just like we tried in the 90s to create a new society, how do you create that new economy? We've probably dedicated a lot more attention, resources, and energies to trying to undo the legislative and political underpinnings of apartheid and settler colonialism. And in many instances, we probably have had an ambivalent attitude towards extending the same into the economy. And I think that might be one reason for it. I think the second reason probably has to do with vested and incumbent interests in particular product markets in the South African economy. And this is not only in the case of the private sector, but you also see it insofar as the public sector is an active participant in key sectors of our economy. If you look at a report that came out of the competition authorities towards the end of last year, looking at concentration in different product markets and subsectors of the economy, you find that, in addition to electricity and transport, where you have parastatals as dominant players in those markets, that wholesale, retail, agriculture have inordinately high levels of concentration. Now, if you think about all of these broadly defined as the type of public goods and socioeconomic rights that we've given, rise to in our constitutional dispensation, then it's quite clear that, in a sense, the economic policy is but one space to deal with some of these material questions. But a lot of it is also requiring a particular type of political compact and agreement, which I don't think we've arrived at. We've done a lot of talking. And I think Lebogang will agree with me that we've set up institutions like NEDLAC as spaces for dialogue. But how do I make sense of all of this institutional development when I know that there's been an increasing rate in the unilateral determination of wages in the workplace for most workers? I mean, more than half of workers in South Africa work in places where it's the employer only who determines what they earn. There's no real basis of democracy or social dialogue in the workplace. And we can extend the same issues to many other spaces in our society. And I think unless we deal with those interests of incumbent players and actors in particular spaces, anything from Eskom to the oligopolies that you find in telecommunications right through to what we find in mining and in the infrastructure sector and in retail, what we eat and how we clothe ourselves, then we're not going to be able really to speak meaningfully. And I think a lot of these things don't just happen out of happenstance. They kind of need, implicit frameworks of compacts that are very clear on the trade-offs and what, that tit for tat, that inner airtel looks like. And I don't think we've reached that point. We've spoken a lot, but we probably haven't spoken about the real trade-offs that need to happen in order to achieve particular outcomes and do so in an inclusive fashion.
There are trade-offs Not everyone will win initially, but ultimately I think that we'll all benefit from the trade-offs that are needed. But Lebogang, the role of COSATU to me has been quite intriguing because you're part of the ruling party, or you're part of the ANC, but at the same time you're a union that represents or should represent workers. You're a union that has or should have, I'm assuming you follow the unemployment numbers over the years and they've deteriorated. You're a union that also follows the increasing youth unemployment rate. You're a union that also watches how the world has moved from physical labor to digitalization. And if I had to forecast that, I can tell you now that if you don't transition, then there will be more unemployed people in South Africa as more companies become mechanized. You're a union that also has witnessed and live in a country where there are oligopolies that crowd out, the emergence of small players in the economy. What has been your role in ensuring that all of this that I've mentioned does not continue into the next couple of years? And I like that you're a young person who's part of COSATU, because we're talking about a future that you're existing in and not one where you have 10 years to live and then that's it. So you're not it's not like you're making the most of it now because you're not going to be around in the next couple of years. What is the role of COSATU given this, everything that I've mentioned?
Thank you. My bosses will not be pleased to hear about the reference to their ages. Yeah, but it's important to have young people in the trade union because, again, the trade union is in an interesting position and an interesting crossroads, planning for the labor market and the interests of workers for the next 10 to 20 years is quite intriguing because the workplace and the labor market of today is going to be completely different to the labor market of 10 to 20 years later. Our role as COSATU is to remain a steadfast voice for the workers and to assist workers to be able to grapple with the change that is to come, to forecast the needs of the workers in the next 20 years to come, and to start now deliberations via various social compacting with key stakeholders to ensure that indeed when we transition to a reality of a fourth industrial revolution, we still continue to have a workforce that has the necessary skills in order to contend with the needs of society when we are in the context of a fourth industrial revolution. Currently, as workers are transitioning now to a low carbon economy, it is our responsibility as COSATU, having the influence that we have in government, in politics, to ensure that workers receive the necessary upskilling and training and to bind key players to a binding social compact to ensure that we don't leave workers behind, we don't worsen the levels of unemployment, we don't worsen the levels of inequality as well as poverty. This is a serious issue for a trade federation. You must remember we get our relevance from our membership. So if our membership is eroded because of higher unemployment, and if our membership is eroded because, to be quite honest, the formal sector is shrinking in numbers, then we lose our relevance as a trade federation. So we are thinking seriously about these issues, and what we're using, Ayabong has already made reference to this, our sitting in social dialogue such as NADLAC, as well as through various other forms of social compacting. Others have achieved results, others have not. I think I'll be honest when it comes to that. We have had real good social compacts. Others have been very useful and others have not, but we continue to make use of our position in society to drive the needs of workers. The best example I can give is when the COVID pandemic struck and the COSATU constituency going to NADLAC to ensure that there was income support for workers, to ensure that there was a regulatory framework around the protection of the health and safety of workers around the specific issue of COVID-19, to ensure that there was income support for informal workers and to change the legislation to accommodate formal workers. So this is the work that the COSATU continues to do in platforms of social dialogue and through social compacting. In the COVID pandemic, we've seen results almost immediately. I mean, we've dispersed the surplus for UIF to give income support for millions of workers who otherwise would not have not received any income support. We've
and be supported as entrepreneurs in the form of even getting loans from some of our DFIs. Are you advocating for this?
Absolutely. I mean, the call for COSATU has always been to strive towards a situation of full employment, to increased employment opportunities. But you have to understand this is a society-wide approach. This is not something a trade union alone, regardless of their influence in politics and society, would be able to drive along. This requires the private sector to participate. The jobs are going and the investments are going to come from the private sector. This requires government to create an appropriate regulatory framework. This requires civil society. This is a sector-wide approach. This is not just something that a trade union can do by beating its chest and going on strike, thinking that they can bring about full employment. These are things that there needs to be a society-wide approach where all social partners come together to bring about these imperatives of reducing poverty and increasing employment.
Those socioeconomic challenges of South Africa, and I know you focused a lot on the Eastern Cape. For you, what stood out or what stand out in the Eastern Cape in terms of poverty levels, just total neglect, corruption, and what are your solutions?
Yeah, well, thanks for that question, Tabi, and I must maybe start at the tail end. That I don't think all of those solutions sit in the book that I wrote or sit in my mind. And really, the book was about provoking some thinking on the Eastern Cape for two related reasons. Firstly, sentiment, because it happens to be my home province, happens to be a place I know quite well, and happens to be a place I have a massive vested interest in. And then I think the second one is also that it happens to have a history that is very much intimately woven with our South African history. You had two homelands of the Ciskei and the Transkei in the province of the Eastern Cape. And in many ways, that has been a flashpoint of the type of sort of nation building that we wanted to do from a very polarized and balkanized past that we come from. So I think those are the motivations. And there's something quite interesting about the Eastern Cape to the comment that Lebogang was making around full employment, which I want to maybe reflect on. I mean, the first one is that in the analysis, if you go to a household level, it's quite clear that the Eastern Cape, historically and in the contemporary phase, is a place for very old people and very, very young people. That much of the workforce that would be of energetic and active age is not inside of the province. It's in the Western Cape, it's in Johannesburg, it's in many of the industrial and producing parts of our country. And a big part of how we deal with this inclusive growth challenge is to also shift the spatial composition of where economic activity happens. I mean, a typical example of this is if you go to the renewables program. I think it's a welcome development that a lot of the investments in solar and wind and subsequent downstream industry, if we can realize the value there, shifts the locus of energy generation away from the former Eastern Transvaal and Mpumalanga as the only place where much generation activity happens, and all of the other value chains and product and service markets that are linked to that are effectively positioned. So that's a tangible change that we've seen in the post-apartheid period. But it's not enough. And we need, in a way, to think a bit more around how do we, as we think about employment, which in many ways is not just a residual of growth, but employment is also out of intentional factor choices in the workplace. And I argue in the book that capitalism in South Africa is at a stage where it can continue to accumulate and maximize profit without the need for warm bodies. And you see this. I mean, you see it in what has happened in manufacturing and mining, but more recently, even in critical services sectors. I mean, think about the reorganization of the workplace of a bank. and what impact that has had on many members of SASPO, for instance, Lebogang, which is one of your affiliates within COSATU, who were tellers, who were people who were doing all manner of types of jobs within a bank. And a lot of that infrastructure, there's been a closure of bank networks, there's been massive retrenchments of people in that space, while still maintaining the top line margins of many of the banks. And I think that's something we have to think about, especially if we're interested in full employment, because it then says that all of the full employment that we talk about is not only going to be market and private sector type employment. It's not only going to be employment that comes from private sector economic activity, but that we also need to think of employment as something that can deal with many of the needs that we have in our community. There's a lot of work we need to do in our communities, but not enough of it is remunerated work. There's a lot of work that's happening in our households, looking after the old and the young, but that work is not remunerated. And I think we kind of have to go back to a lot of the sort of basic necessities type of framing that one would have found in the RDP, and even in earlier, documents, as you were saying, a lot of these debates, even predate the democratic dispensation. And one of those areas is how do we think about already existing forms of uncompensated and unpaid work and bringing those within the ambit of the labor market through public employment, mass social employment initiatives. Because think about it this way, if I'm a young work seeker, I have to look after Koko and the children at home. That effectively, from a time use perspective, takes time away from whatever job search I might want to undertake. And if you can collectively provide that service, remunerate it accordingly, it can free up the time, in particular of women, within many black households that we have in our country, to be able to undertake the job search. And we see it in the numbers. The QLFS shows us that, those who are not economically active disproportionately happen to be young women. Those who are discouraged, have not taken up the job search, happen to be young women. And if we take a time use analysis, you'll find that a big part of that is also in trying to undertake care and effective tasks in the home. Because, if you're not doing it, who else is going to do it? Because we know the gendered distribution of labor, even in our homes, always implies that it's going to be the woman siblings, or it's going to be, the sisters, mothers and aunts in our families, rather than, the brothers, uncles and fathers who take on a lot of these care and effective tasks. And I think, a lot of the work that I've done in the Eastern Cape sort of talks to that. But maybe just a last comment. A big part of how we're going to resolve this is also the design of our existing instruments. I think it's problematic that we can design, for instance, a massive social assistance program without being alive critically to how that effectively gives riskless, risk-free cash flows to an oligopolistic, and a very concentrated retail sector. We have no alternative supply chains for food in this country outside of the mainstream food system. And yet effectively our grants make a one-way trip to that food system, to that bottom line, without really improving or even linking up with production that's happening in many of the areas that we come from. The rains have been good. You go to the Eastern Cape, you see many people have planted. And I shudder to think if I go back in April to see how much waste there will be, because there's no scope for value addition, no scope to sell any of the extra production beyond our subsistence needs at a household level to a market, because effectively we don't have any of those markets. And I think those are some of the things we need to go back to.
Just, you've mentioned a lot in terms of, poverty, the care economy. But here's something that you haven't mentioned, but it's directly linked to what you've said, and that's the failure of municipalities. And I know the Eastern Cape as a person who comes from Johannesburg. I went to school, boarding school in the Western Cape, and I used to frequent the Eastern Cape growing up in the 90s when I was in boarding school, in the 80s and 90s. And a place like Umtata was amazing, was equivalent to a Diepkloof back then. And you go there now, it's dilapidated. It is worse than many of our shambolic, townships. What role do you think municipalities play in ensuring that there is no inclusivity in many of our rural areas, including especially the Eastern Cape, where I think has the biggest brain drain? And so you talk about also this employment, but I'm not for, as you know, this huge social assistance for everyone who can't find a job, because I think that people want jobs versus the temporary social assistance of 350, especially when minimum wage is 1,800. And so I would rather somebody gets 1,800 than 350. But I think the municipalities play a big role in ensuring that there is employment, in ensuring that hospitals are built, school infrastructure is built, road infrastructure is built, so that actually, it helps those who live in those areas to spend less on going to a private hospital because hospitals are really bad, or going to private education because public education is so bad, especially in the rural areas. So, where do you think the role of municipalities, or what role do municipalities play, and where have they failed us?
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure which minimum wage is 1,800, and I mean, unless we're talking about the EPWP, which I guess would be relevant, to your question. Yes. Look, I mean, Tabi, I don't think we'll agree on the sort of social assistance issue, but I think there's something you're raising on the design issue, which I might agree with, and that is that you have to have a functional and effective social wage system that, as the NDP says, reduces the cost drivers for poor households, so that whatever disposable incomes come into those households is able to be allocated to at the basic necessities that I was speaking about that might fall outside of the ambit of that social wage. So I think we agree there. But I think the other failure of municipalities, which makes it more pronounced, is that they are effectively the front line of the counter-cyclical response. So if you look at the budget that was released last week by, Minister Kodongwana, it's quite clear, I mean, that the conditional grants, water service infrastructure grant, municipal infrastructure grant, neighborhood partnership improvement grant, upgrade of informal settlements, all of those grants are largely aimed at mounting an effective counter-cyclical response that gives effect to an infrastructure-led recovery. And with it comes the impact on subsectors of the economy in steel, cement, and other sectors that benefit from infrastructure, but also the jobs for those with limited or no skill in construction works, maintenance, repair, and operations. So I think there we can agree. But I think where we failed in many of our municipalities is to say these are the coalface of delivery, but also relegated to the space where we take our best and we place them at provincial and national government. So in many ways, our intergovernmental relations system is still an outcome of compromise. I mean, if you go back to the documents of the ANC in the early 90s, there was really no express inclusion of a provincial framework then and a provincial system of administration. It was national, regional, and local. And yet now we've got multiple levels in the division of revenue. And I think that's why we talk now of a district development model, because in a way, we kind of have to take all of our best energies, resources, be it financial and personnel, and bring them to bear where people are, which is at a local level and at a district level. What we tend to do in South Africa is to distribute that upwards to national and provincial government, which is where the decisions are happening. But that doesn't absolve, I think, many politicians in the Eastern Cape for the abject failures. And I think that's clear, but we must also take a critical eye, especially of Bantustan nostalgia. Having grown up, I guess, in a place on the margins of border industries in the former Bantustans, when I go to Mthatha, my reading is a bit different. So I'm quite clear that a big part of whatever industrial and even commercial hub Mthatha became had a lot to do with very generous subsidies that came from Pretoria. It's quite clear, in as much as where I come from, that all of those depreciation allowances, wage allowances, railage allowances, electricity allowances were aimed to artificially prop up Afrikaner elite industry on the margins of many of these border areas. And when we have the nostalgia to say, but there were jobs during that time, we kind of have to also unpack that. What we were producing, why was what we were producing now, I guess, produced elsewhere in global production networks? And I think it's a bit more of a complicated picture than that, than just saying, the roads don't work or this or that, the other doesn't work. When in effect, we had to bring together 3 administrations in one province and make that work. And a big part of that was the dysfunction and failure and corruption of the apartheid regime, but also some of the homeland and Bantustan regimes that you found. And I think for me, if we embed that analysis in the picture, it does temper somewhat, I guess, a lot of the nostalgia we hear going about.
All right, thanks, Ayabonga. Lebogang, so we recently had a budget review, I think, what was it, last week. What was COSATU's view of it? I think, the minister had a very difficult task of trying to balance the budget in terms of acknowledging that there's increased poverty and unemployment, and there's a need for social support, but at the same time, our fiscal position is precarious. So do you think that the minister handled the allocation of resources fairly, given that we have these two these big needs that pull in different directions?
Yeah, so in terms of fair or fairness, it will be dependent on which side of the spectrum that you sit on. If we are meant to keep the status quo as it is, then we would say that the finance minister distributed funds quite fairly, if you're wanting to keep the status quo. In the context of an economy that prior to COVID-19 was already somewhat on its knees, and given the COVID pandemic, and the need for us to not just to grow as a country, but for us to ensure sufficient redistribution of resources, the budget speech could have gone a bit further, and we could have gone much further than what we did. Listen, there, expansion of social grants, I think is welcomed. But if we were to look at the grants in itself, and we look at the fact that the child grant in earnest, the increase is not above inflation. So at the end of the day, not only did we just keep the status quo the same, but comparing from 2021 to 2022, what we've actually done is that we've actually, in real terms, decreased the child grant. So to be quite honest, the finance minister and treasury, in effect, could go much deeper with regards to allocation of resources. We have an issue of a challenge of redistribution in earnest in this country. And when we look at the fiscal framework, there's definitely more that can be done. We've always had these conversations around taxing the rich, introducing wealth taxes, and to this day, these discussions have seemingly gone nowhere. It seems like there's no appetite to go into these issues, because ideally these are the tax streams that could be benefiting spending on social spending. But we're not going into these areas. I mean, there's been commission after commission, there's been this tax forum, that tax forum, and we still haven't broken the back of how to make sure that we redistribute equitably in the tax stream. And we don't seem to be making headway with regards to this. So we've got a very small tax base, and to a large extent, this is made up of workers and the middle class. And we think that by looking at this very small tax base, we're going to have enough money in the fiscus to be able to redistribute, and that's not going to happen. So I think more needs to be done, and more critical needs to come from the side of Treasury around which additional tax streams we can bring into the system, because we're not going to be able to throttle this tax base for much longer. It can only take so much, and we can't depend on workers as well as the middle class to pay for all of our social spending. There has to be a role that the wealthier persons in this country can play. COVID was disastrous for a lot of people, but there are industries and there are places where, and pockets of evidence where there has been a serious amass of wealth, even as a result of the COVID pandemic. Yet these people experience windfall with very little taxation, and we keep quiet about these issues. We say nothing about it. The amount of taxes that we give back to the middle class sometimes are unjustifiable. The amount of money that SARS is having to give back and not making use of that money to enhance our social spending is something that we often don't talk about. And we don't talk about it because we're the beneficiaries of it in some quarters. We receive our tax credits, we're happy, we move on with our lives, forgetting that we have a serious poverty and inequality challenge in this country. Yet SARS is giving us tax rebates as the working class and the middle class. So these are the critical thinking that we need to take into consideration. The realities of 1994 are not the realities of 2022. So the tax base must start to acknowledge this and must start to take this into consideration. So if keeping a status quo is what you mean to be fair, then I guess that's the case. But to me, and if we are to really think about inclusive growth in earnest and redistribution in earnest, we need to talk about expanding the tax base, and those who are wealthy must start to pay. We can't keep sending signals to the market forever while we, in real terms, reduce the child grant. I think that's shameful for a country like South Africa that is said to be wanting to increase social spending, whereas we keep the status quo the same. The status quo is not going to work for post.
So the South African budget is actually one of the most redistributive budgets of any emerging market, even those that have a bigger GDP and income than we do. So I don't think that, and you mentioned this, that the tax base, especially the rich, is shrinking. But at the same time, you want, you're suggesting a wealth tax to tax the rich. But on the other hand, we talk about social grants and supporting those who've lost their jobs. And then we also allow, Pick and Pay to announce that they're going to open 200 Boxer shops in rural areas, which means that something that Ayabonga has mentioned earlier, that any disposable income that the poor have are not going to shop at Gogo Kumalo's Paza shop. They're going to go to Boxer and USave, which belongs to ShopRite. And then on top of that, there's the corruption that has been the biggest contributor towards our current unemployment and poverty levels, and not COVID, because we went into 2020 when the economy was in a recession for 3 consecutive quarters, when unemployment rate was going in the wrong direction, when poverty rates were going in the wrong direction. I think that the one thing that COVID did was actually make us look just like other countries, because it actually dipped other countries to negative growth and high unemployment and increases in inequality. But my question to you, is COSATU is part of the ANC. How are you holding the ANC accountable for corruption, for allowing these oligopolies from crowding out small businesses and townships? I find that the problem rather than the distribution or the redistribution of wealth. The redistribution of wealth is caused by policies of the ANC. You should make sure that you protect small businesses, but you're not. You're actually allowing big companies to open malls in townships. Protea has 2 malls and owned by Growth Point, and they have oligopolies and monopolies that are tenants in these malls. But these are policies that are made by your alliance. So I struggle when COSATU says, no, we don't like the budget. And I say, what part of the budget do you not like? But your ministers are part of the ministers that actually endorse this budget and implement, or lack of implementation, depending on what you see. So again, the role of COSATU to me is is an interesting one, because I just don't, you complain, but you don't hold the party accountable, and the ministers that are part of COSATU especially accountable for the current state of the economy.
Yeah, Tabi, I just want to address it's very problematic to say that we are very redistributive in nature. We wouldn't be the most unequal country in the world if we were. So the mere insinuation that we do usher in redistribution and we do have redistributive mechanisms is factually incorrect. And you have to look at the GDP, you have to look at the Gini coefficient to tell you that we wouldn't be having these high levels of inequality if that was the case. If in earnest our budget was as redistributive as what you say it is, it would reflect itself in our social services. We would have enough teachers in the schools. We would have enough policemen on the streets. We would have enough public employment to absorb people to work in the public sector. We wouldn't have these problems if in earnest we were redistributive in nature. So to say that we have this perfectly redistributive fiscal policy is factually incorrect. And I think, and for me, I think that's very problematic. We need to talk about bringing.
Many people confuse is the problem. So we tax the wealthy, and we take that money and we are able to have these social grants, we're able to have these social support. But at the same time, we also are allocating resources in areas that don't generate growth, which is what you're pointing out, that if we, how come we have such levels of poverty or inequality? That's not because of the redistributive nature. It's because we're not employing enough. It's because our policies are not growth policies. It's because our government is corrupt. So those are the things that I want you to, to mention. And I think you're not mentioning that,
What creates growth?
I mean, it's output. So if people are employed, then, I mean, if an economy grows, then people are employed. So, but if you are saying to me, and there are things that will prevent growth, like corruption and the fact that there are, and in our case, yes, there are structural problems, but we need to make sure that we identify some of these problems. And if we don't identify them, we won't be able to deal with them, right? And so that's why I keep asking in terms of Lebogang, I ask, but as part of the ANC, as an alliance, you see all these issues that are related to growth, inequality, the increase in inequality especially, but your policies don't speak to addressing these issues.
Yeah, and I still maintain, even after your explanation, that redistribution is not happening and it's not happening in earnest. I'm sorry, I disagree 100%. And then secondly, let me address this issue of alliance partners, because the way you're articulating it is not what alliance partner means. We are not a branch of the ANC. That's not what we mean by being an alliance partner. We remain 3 independent organizations. We remain 3 independent in our structures, independent in our articulation, independent in our policy understanding, independent in the manner in which we conduct ourselves in our various organizations. So to make the insinuation that it's our ministers, I don't understand. Tula Singlesi is not an office bearer of COSATU. Let me be clear about that. Enoch Godongwana is not an office bearer of COSATU. So to say ours is also factually incorrect. That's not the understanding of what an alliance partner is. These organizations come together for a particular purpose but remain independent in nature. Hence, we are at liberty to criticize when we feel that the ANC is not doing what we believe is taking on a proper policy direction. And we've been doing this, and we've been vocal in doing that. But understand that even in the alliance, the ANC remains independent, because we are not a subset of the ANC. Neither is the ANC a subset of COSATU. We are not office bearers. Can I made a point.
Okay, you 1, 2, 3. That's about. Sorry, Lebogang, I just want, because we should have ended actually, but I just want to, the first lady here.
Hi. Firstly, thanks to the facilitator, who seems quite robust and passionate. And I think she should have been part of the panelists. But I've got a question specifically to the COSATU panelist. As we sit and have these discussions, we've got a society that is reorganizing itself outside the confines of the traditional political landscape. You've got people who are now mobilizing themselves in response to their immediate needs. And I want to give a very explicit example of Operation Dudula. Now, we might disregard them as something anarchic, but for the fact that you've got members of society who no longer see the likes of COSATU and the South African Communist Party as what we once understood as vanguards of the working class, tells you a very explicit story about the current realities of the working class and the poor. In fact, the people that are organizing themselves today are the ones which are victims of this unilateral determination of policy. And it begs the question of if COSATU sees itself in the future political trajectory. We've got a concurrent discourse right now of people desperately trying to find alternatives to the political party system in South Africa for the very same contradictions that are currently glaring as the COSATU speaks. She speaks about the fact that ministers are not affiliated to COSATU and SSCP, but the question actually begs, this alliance has become quite conducive and beneficial to the ministers that are deployed by the ANC into cabinet. The audacity of some ministers coming up, for example, and saying, we've got a judiciary that is antagonistic to progress. These are ministers that have benefited immensely 20 years in the executive and actually propagating this class inequality. So COSATU really needs to have a reality check about its role as an alliance partner, but also the ability to hold the ANC accountable. Because a lot of pillars in society are going through socio-economic erosions as a result of ANC's political erosions through factionalism. And we're not just seeing this with regards to the economy, but state-owned enterprise. The very same judiciary is in tatters today as a result of the leader of the society not taking accountability for the current inequalities that we've got, but also this forked tongue speaking from these alliance partners.
Thank you. What, Faraz?
Thank you, Chair. And of course, my question is for both of them, for both Ayabonga and the COSATU representative. Though it's debatable whether our budget is redistributionary or not, the reality of the matter is that if you take transfers for transport and other subsidies, then 2/3 of South Africa's budget go into the social sector, expenditure on health, on education, on welfare, and other transfers. The question is, COSATU, having become largely a public sector union, are organizing teachers under SATU and health workers under NEHAWU. And if we take health and education as the two fundamental transformative pillars in society, what are they doing in their membership to restrain the way in which they behave? Because the services that we get in return for the investment that we put into that sector is entirely lopsided and woeful.
Thank you. The last question this side. The guy with the hat.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David from the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation. So I'll try not to go into the tripartite alliances issues because I see it's a very heated one there. So, and mine is rather a comment than a question. I just want to say that for us to be able to realize this inclusive growth and the socioeconomic rights that our Constitution promises us, there's a lot of stumbling blocks, and I don't think we'll get there anytime soon. And one of them you did mention, Tabi, it's the corruption and the looting of the public funds, the lack of civic education, which is a very big one. It was one of the main topics yesterday here with Shai. And if our people don't know their rights and don't know what are their public representatives responsible for, then they won't be able to, you know, to know what to do when we are faced with this kind of mismanagement of funds and the corruption that is happening and the lack of service delivery on the ground in the communities where it matters most, right? And then there's also issues of, you know, I don't think there's a political will to actually make this democracy work, you know. And also, you know, this is also for our political party that leads us, which is the ANC, and also the oppositions, which needs to hold this government accountable. And I don't think they're doing that effectively. And that is why we see ourselves in this kind of mess that we are in today. And then the fourth one is, there's a lot of interference, political interference into our Chapter 9 institutions. And those are the pillars of our democracy, are the pillars of our constitution. Those are the institutions that needs to lead us to the journey. As Michelle was saying, that we're still on a journey and we are not going there together as a society. There are some who are left behind, right? So if our politicians stop interfering with the courts and the Chapter 9 institutions, maybe we'll be able to, start scratching the surface, because we haven't.
Thank you. I'm going to, I've been told, I think 5 minutes ago, that I've gone over time. So, Lebogang and Ayabonga, I'm going to give you both 30 seconds to respond. Go first, Lebogang.
A very interesting discussion. I think
Maybe civil society, to ensure that our future is a lot brighter than what it is currently, because I think we are really in the pits right now.
But even if you go further, and I think Ibrahim, I want to encourage us to go further, that if you were able to take a look at, I guess, once the allocations are made, check in quarter whether the expenditure is actually happening. And I can tell you in my home province, notwithstanding massive allocations, you also find yourself in a situation where the in-quarter expenditure doesn't really correspond to whatever the allocation might have been. So austerity is both allocative, but also at the level of execution, the weak and corrupt, as we've already said, systems that one would find at a municipal and other levels within organs of state effectively compound this nature of austerity. And I think, for me, these are two sides effectively to the same dragon. I would have loved to say a bit more, but that's my opinion.
Thank you. Lebogang, you have literally, Ayabonga went over the 30 seconds, but you have 30 seconds.
But you're not fair. Yeah, would have been to have a session for a bit longer, because a number of the misunderstandings still remain. And I think Ayabonga has already made the point. By the way, the creation of formations and political power outside of COSATU and any other alliance member or political party is not problematic. With the progression of time, there must be other social forces that emerge. So this idea that, it's only a particular organizational formation that must be there is problematic. There must be a culture of there being democratic practices, even without the norms of COSATU, ANC, or the SACP. The last one, I think I've already made the point. Just looking at allocation is problematic. You have to look at the spending. And the spending will tell you that our budget is not redistributive in nature. So that is where we need to focus the attention on. And your investment, as you put it, and in the actual spending will tell you that the outcome and the output will not be what you expected, because at a spending level, it's not happening. Albeit the allocation of funding, showing you a different story. But the rise of democratic powers outside of the normal organization is welcome, and it should be and should be welcomed as such.
All right, thank you very much, both of you, for a very interesting discussion. Thank you, everyone.
People are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country.
generations. And the first panelist is Simamkele Dlakavu, a lecturer at the Department of Sociology at the University of Pretoria. Her area of focus is gender studies, social movements, and how African feminist activists can make claims towards the state and organize politically. The second panelist is Professor Shireen Hassan, a South African political scientist, historian, and scholar of gender studies and African studies. She is a professor in the Department of Political Studies in the University of Wits, where she is also affiliated with the Institute for Social and Economic Research. So welcome to you both, and thank you for being here. Perhaps by way of context, let's draw from your work. What comes out clearly is that progressing a women's movement is an issue and topic that is always relevant, timely, and urgent. Yet the political and social, economic, and legal context constrain, or at least have the ability to constrain, how women are able to articulate their needs and wants and interests. Prof, you have said that it's not just the political structures that constrain us, but the political discourses around what is allowed. And what is allowed for women is often determined by other people. Simamkele, you have said that the various discourses and how they emphasize feminism, intersectionality, using a gender lens and being gender responsive is often sidelined or deemed as optional. And consequently, male thought, experience, even physical space is normalized and universalized in similar ways to other dominant cultures like whiteness and heteronormativity. So I guess let's start with you, Simamkele. When we talk about progressing a women's movement today, what are we actually talking about? Who needs to hear it or be a part of it? And what do we need to do better?
Thank you, Mbadi. Hello, everyone. So to answer your first question, which is the what, right? What is the women's movement? Did I capture that correctly in today's time? Yeah. The South African women's movement, well, I'd like to call it a feminist movement instead of a women's movement, because there come certain implications with that distinction. So a movement can be a women's movement without necessarily being a feminist movement. And we've seen that with the ANC Women's League, for instance, who have recently said, Angie Mutsecha, and in particular, that the ANC Women's League is not feminist and does not hate men or something along those lines. And so for me, I consider myself to be a part of the feminist movement, which is not afraid to hold patriarchy accountable in its different dimensions. And it is an intersectional kind of feminist movement that recognizing the interlocking systems of power and oppression. So, you know, it understands that oppression, violence, and inequality is truly multifaceted. And so for me today, I can't, for instance, speak here freely. I was looking actually at the posters and the sponsors of this event, right? I can't come here, right, and highlight the gendered inequality without highlighting capitalist inequality. For instance, here we have ABSA, which directly sponsored and impacted the length of the apartheid state. And so when we speak about, you know, an intersectional kind of, you know, feminist movement, we recognize the role capitalism plays in the marginalization of women. We recognize the role patriarchy plays, and also the role white supremacy plays. And we also highlight questions of disability justice. Yes, so that is, for me, that is the feminist movement, the what. And then you said, who is it directed to? I think the South African feminist movement has, you know, particularly focused at the states. And this was what my presentation was going to be about today. because women contributed to this democracy. However, the lived experiences of women in this democracy haven't been favorable. Just looking at the fact that the most people affected by unemployment are women, particularly black women. If we look at the people that have lost the most jobs during this COVID period, it has been black women. If we look at rape and, sexual violence stats and rape stats, if we look at our intimate partner violence stats, women, are the most impacted. And so I think when we're looking at literature and the demands that women have made in trying to make democracy a lived reality, those demands have not been tangible. And so then the women's movement directs their demands to the state, because it is the state that is supposed to uplift its citizens, protect its citizens, and the state is currently not doing that.
Yeah. I understand you have a video you wanted to show us.
I think maybe it might be boring. I think let's just do a whole conversation, because I'm an academic, so we prepare slides, we prepare seminars, so I think I'm happy to have the conversation.
Okay, great. Prof, what Simamkele has done brilliantly is show how the operating system or context of a women's movement today finds itself in quite hostile circumstances, both in obvious and insidious ways. Undoubtedly, the role of women is understood, maybe not respected, but women are recognized as valuable agents in the national agenda. But as soon as we start talking about the need to uproot or challenge the conditions of gender oppression outside of race and class discourses, then all of a sudden it's a question of, women, you're on your own. So let me ask you, Prof, what does history tell us? What are the lessons for progressing a women's movement today?
Thanks so much, Mbali, and thanks Section 27 for organizing this. So let me first of all just co-sign on Simamkele's take that we need to think about a feminist movement and not just a women's movement, and that within that broader discussion of feminism, we also have to ask what type of feminism we are talking about, because we, in many ways, South Africa is a bit of a poster child for the success of certain kind of feminism, a sort of liberal feminism, in that we have equality, we have gender written into many of our policies, which is what you're also pointing to, Mbali, right? So women are recognized, but how exactly are women recognized? For what purposes? And you're right to say that it's actually a very limited recognition as long as we stay in our lane, as long as we don't challenge the extent to which, this actually is a country that is violently attacking women all the time, right? Pumnatlola says we live in the female fear factory. This is the epitome of a society that's very far from what we thought we were going to achieve when we signed the Constitution. There was an image there of creating a women-friendly society. I don't think it was ever envisaged by any of my generation anyway, that we would so quickly have this moment of break with those norms that had been carried through the 20th century, and that the break would come from the very party that had been an ally for those values, right? So the worst, most visible break, I guess, was December 2005, when Jacob Zuma got charged for rape, and where you clearly saw who the allies were going to be and who they were not, who were not our allies. So that's sort of I think there was a lot of optimism in the period leading up to 1996 when the Constitution was signed. And then exactly 10 years later, at the moment that South Africa is projecting itself as this great progressive place with this amazing constitution, what really happened was a break between the women's movement, which was led by women within the ANC, the Women's League, and the feminists who were outside. And it was a very visible break. There was a street outside the courtroom, and on the one side were people from the ANC telling, being supportive of Jacob Zuma. On the other side of the street were the feminists saying, we can't allow this sham of equality to continue. This is a violent society underpinned by violence. So that sort of break in 2006 seems to me to be very, very profound and meaningful. Because you will also remember that moment. So it's a break between the women's movement, I would say, and the feminist movement. That's what happens in that moment. And the feminists go off and realize that we have to organize differently. And we have to organize using a range of new tactics, a different repertoire. One famous repertoire, Simamkele was part of, which was at the IEC when President Zuma was announcing the results of the election, and the silent protest, I think, was a historic moment of rupture and a confrontation with power, and speaking very loudly, even though silently. So you see a whole lot of new tactics coming out of that moment. But your question is, what does history tell us? I think it was even for us older feminists. So I want to hold on to the idea that we weren't naive. We were optimistic, but not naive. And that the feminists were pointing out even before 1994 that without a very explicitly, well, in my case, I'll say socialist feminist vision, that what we would have is a very thin inclusion of women into the structures of power with nothing changing. So the failures, we're speaking in many of these panels about various failures to advance the values of the Constitution, right? All of those policy failures are felt most powerfully by women. So, perhaps it's true that on paper, our budget looks redistributive. In reality, where does that money go? The money doesn't actually get spent in the areas that will change the lives of women. When the healthcare system is not working, when Charlotte Maxeke breaks, who is carrying that burden? It's women who are doing the care for the ill. It's women who have who need the facilities for childcare. When the municipalities become dysfunctional, policing fails, it's women who can't walk in the streets safely. So that notion of the fear factory is one I think that we have to take very, very seriously and ask how will we change that? And who will be the new allies in the process of building those movements? So back to the, building the women's movement, progressing the women's movement, I think we have to think in a feminist way, and we have to look sideways to the coalitions we can form with other movements that are concerned about those issues, so that we don't isolate the issues of gender from the broader context of society. And so, in that kind of space of finding coalitions, it's also worth remembering that the socioeconomic rights clause in the Constitution was not just a union-driven clause. Women were at the center of that too. That is also a set of feminist demands. I think that often gets de-linked and it's not ascribed to the work women did. But if you go back and look at the women's charters of 54 and 1994, their socioeconomic rights is written right across those two documents. So I think, that has to be seen not only as something that for broadly union or working class movements, but also for feminists.
Thanks for that, Prof. Speaking about what is seen, Simamkele, we make visible feminist work or the feminist agenda? How does that look like in reality, in your own organizing? What do we need to see?
How do we make it visible? I think it's already visible. I think people choose not to see or pay attention or choose to ignore it. Like Prof just said, it's all over. For instance, the constitution that we have right now in terms of state institutions, Chapter 9 institutions, like the current Gender Commission. So the feminist agenda is there, whether we look at television. The SABC2 just ran its first boldly feminist talk show. Whether we look at academia, black women, particularly if we look at Kheti, if we look at the African feminist chair, Phumla Qola, Ozethu Matabeni, the feminist agenda, it's there, it's visible. If we even look at civil society organizations, particularly civil society organizations that deal with violence against women, or deal with violence against children, or the women's shelter, the basic rights such as access to safety in terms of shelter services are run by feminist organizations, women's organizations. And the state is neglecting its responsibility in that sense. So where is it? It's visible. We just choose not to see it. Yeah, it's all over. Fees must fall, clearly feminist agenda. If we look at the current National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide, that plan, the first of its kind in South Africa, comes from the direct activism and action of the total shutdown movement. And so feminist activism and action is felt in this country, but I think those that are in power are not, paying attention to it, or even when they do pay attention to it, they co-opt it. And so, as we've seen with the National Strategic Plan on GBV, something that started from the ground, something that started from the 4-list movement, the RU reference list, the Twitter hashtags, right, has now been captured by the presidency, and we haven't seen some tangible outputs from that NSP process. Thank you.
The tragedy is that it took so many years to get that strategic plan drafted. That should have been the first priority of the women's structures inside the state, and they were not. So there's a story about that and why that was never done. What we have yet to see is whether this plan will get funded or not.
Last thing, Prof. Even another example of feminist activism and action during this COVID period, the Pay the Grants campaign, led by feminists. The reason why we have these grants, the reason why there was so much pressure to the state for these grants were feminists in the Pay the Grants movement and austerity movements. And so we see feminist activism everywhere. We just don't articulate it as feminist activism.
Thank you for that. And I would like to ask more questions, but I think we should open it up to the audience for our last 15 minutes. Can I ask, are there any questions? Right, so we'll start with you, then you, sir, then you, ma'am, and then maybe we'll go for a second round.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zahara Msomi. I am from the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation. I have a question to Ms. Simamgele. You mentioned earlier on about the feminist show on SABC2, and I remember in 2020, there was large outrage. One of the panelists said that the Constitution is a feminist document. And I want to know, do you share the same views as her? And even more, do you believe that the Constitution itself prioritizes and progresses the feminist movement?
So in the Sfiso, yes.
Thanks. With me, I see these organizations as organizations that are firefighters. They are reacting. There's no program that which is there to be implemented, you know. That's my concern, personal concern, because I'm so worried regarding patriarchy, you know. And number two, it's that it's not reaching every place. It's not reaching every farm. It's not reaching, you know, or every village. It's only certain people. When something has happened, then they react at all times, you know. And that's what makes me feel so bad about it, because it needs to be starting at the family construction, you know, socialization of kids. You know, your child, when you've just had a baby, and then you start socializing your child at how it should be able then to respond to issues. But now my challenge is that you keep on saying there are movements, but I don't see them. I don't agree with them. With that sentiment, actually, that there is a movement if there is no standing program and also action at ensuring that the society gets changed, at ensuring that we are able then to respond to issues. Number two, which is the last point, is the fact that I stand to be corrected. It's the fact that you said Fees Must Fall was a feminist movement. No, because I heard so many complaints regarding patriarchy within the movement itself, you know. And I was so shocked when I heard many stories regarding, you know, what was happening internally. So that is one thing, you know, and I'm sorry, I don't want to get it.
Thanks, V. So to Tsiri, please. I'll come back around to, don't worry.
Hi, thank you very much for this really informative conversation. So I had a question regarding the national budget. So the budget speech was last week, I believe, and there was very little mention of gender. So I just wanted to gauge, like, actually, if we can talk more about like how the Department of Women, Children and Disabilities budget was being slashed, and the president talks about all these commitments towards gender, you know, like the national strategic, but there's so many commitments, but then it doesn't reflect in terms of budget allocation. So I just thought maybe I'd get a sense from the panelists on their views on like austerity and budget and how budget allocation is done in a non-gender responsive manner. Thank you.
Thanks, Tsiri. Can we take those three and then round two? We can start with you, Simamke.
Okay. Thank you for the question about the Constitution. I think when I was watching the episode, I think what she meant to say, because I also know the producer of the show, Gail Smith, an important African feminist activist. So if we look at the history of the current Constitution, especially the work of the National Women's Coalition, the Women's National Coalition, I mean. Are you familiar with that? The work of, okay. So she's unfamiliar with the work of the Women's National Coalition. Many are. So was I for a long time. And Prof. Hasim's work and activism and the activism of other women like Tenjiwe Mtitso, Perks Governor. So these women and I was going to show this in my presentation actually. So these women in the wake of the democratic election, they recognize that women, similarly to the actions of other post-colonial nations or nations who were in the process of gaining independence in the continent, were being excluded from the negotiation table. They were being excluded in crafting a new democratic nation. And so, seeing this, the women in the anti-apartheid movement, women in the academy, women in all spheres of society decided to form the Women's National Coalition. And this Women's National Coalition consisted of over 70 organizations, whether it's stokvels, whether it's church groups, different kinds of women's organizations and movements. And they created a women's charter, a set of demands that Prof. Hasim was alluding to, that were very rooted in socio-economic justice. And so in the process of CODESA, when women were excluded in the first rounds, these women held protests, traveled across the country gathering these set of demands, and crafted the Women's Charter. And because of this lobbying and this direct action, women, there was a greater number of women then included in the negotiation process. And there were certain concessions in the Constitution, right? For instance, the Constitution, our Constitution, speaks about ending sexism, right? Building a non-sexist society. It's one of the only constitutions in the world that mentions that word. To even get that word non-sexist was a fight. It wasn't easy, right? And so it was a feminist gain to recognize sexism as an oppressive system, right? And so that, I think that's what she meant. She meant to say that the Constitution, there were feminist gains, right, reflected in the Constitution, and that is one of them. And another, feminist gain in the Constitution was Chapter 9 institutions, right? So that are embedded, within our Constitution. And one is the Gender Commission. And so I think that's what she meant. She meant to say that there are elements of feminist gains within the Constitution, and because our society doesn't know the history and the activism of the Women's National Coalition, is that then that uproar can happen. I hope I've answered your question. Yeah, it's a document of compromise, but also within that compromise, we need to understand the gains, that were made.
Section 27 is a feminist gain too. Just to add to that briefly. Yeah.
And the second question around was feminism. The thing is, I think, do you know about the Treatment Action Campaign? How do you say then there's no feminist organization or movement if you are a part of the Treatment Action Campaign? Who started the Treatment Action Campaign? Whose bodies, whose numbers, whose energies vitalized that movement? It was black women, feminist black women like Sipho Mthathu, Vuyiseka, Dubula, so many black women. That Treatment Action Campaign was led by black women in the townships. Just because your understanding and narrative of the Treatment Action Campaign and the face being Zaki or Mark does not negate the work of black women who led, and fought for the Treatment Action Campaign. That was an activist act. Another one, another movement, TAC. Another one, Women on Farms. Are you familiar with Women on Farms?
Yeah.
That are based in the Cape Winelands. Are you familiar with the Durban strikes of 2012, 2013 that made sure that farm workers who are making our wines today are paid a decent wage? They're not paid with the dope system. That was also led by women. That biggest wine farm strike was led by black women who founded a union and women, so many other initiatives. I get so emotional, sorry, because there's so many, also with Fees Must Fall. Sorry, so lastly with Fees, your comment about Fees Must Fall, I was a part of Fees Must Fall. And I've written about the patriarchy within the Fees Must Fall movement. But the people that were keeping the movement alive when we were shutting down, the people that were feeding people, the people that made sure we had blankets, the people that made sure students were bailed out, were run by committees made out of black women, whether it's the legal committee, whether it's direct action. So when you say that there's no women's movement, look all around civil society in South Africa. Clearly there's a women's movement.
I think I'm going to retire. I mean, just on the budget, we, just after 1994, South Africa was part of a global strategic thinking around budgets and how to think about budgets in a gender-sensitive way. And we had something called the Women's Budget Initiative, and South Africa was a pilot country. And what that, it was sort of many countries, but we were one of the pilot countries. And that was located, that was an initiative that worked with the Treasury to try and define the ways in which we might think about the gendered effects of the budget, ensuring that we think about the impacts with the lens of understanding that money gets spent disproportionately. And that was dismantled under the sort of turn to neoliberalism under the Mbeki presidency, actually. So, you know, we lost a really powerful tool that we could have developed and used. And so I think we don't routinely in the budgeting process pay attention to those differential impacts. I don't think the current budget does that either. The social grants we know are held mostly by women because the largest grant is the child support grant. Again, you know, these were initiatives built in that moment of optimism, right? In that moment when we really did think we would use the state to advance a social justice agenda. And the social grants have been tremendously important. So the child support grant really has been used by mothers primarily in very important ways to sustain families. But if you don't increase the amounts to keep up with inflation, if those grants are not able to really do the work they're supposed to do, then having them on paper, you know, yeah, it's not very helpful. I mean, I still think it's important to have the grants, but we are falling behind, not moving forward. But I think that we have to apply the gender lens to all the departments. So, you know, the example I was giving about Charlotte Matreke, but the hospitals are a gender issue because it's women who are responsible for taking the ill to hospitals, women who give up their time. I loved Ayabonga's presentation earlier because he focused on the impact of the care economy on efficiencies within the paid economy. So when women, you know, when those things fail, then women disproportionately bear the burden. So I think we need to get behind the spending. We need to track not just the amounts, but where in the system those amounts go to. So if they go into, you know, contracts where there's a skimming off to suppliers, then you could say we have a redistributive budget, but it's not reaching people in a redistributive way. It's being sort of siphoned off at certain points within the system. And so, you know, without, I would like us to return to the Women's Budget Initiative. And you might, there are 3 or 4 books, in fact, that were produced in the 1990s, tracking the women's budget, the budget from a feminist perspective. And that whole project has just fallen apart. So I would like to see organizations like Section 27 beginning to think about gender budgeting initiatives in the work that you're already doing. I mean, I don't think it's actually so different to what you're doing. There you go. Yeah.
Round 2 of questions. Thank you so much, guys. So in the white, ma'am, and then last one over, oh, Julia, and then last one over there. Thank you. We'll see. I'll make a plan.
We surrender. Still surrendering. Mbogoto, to all the women in the house, thank you so much, you guys, for being here today. I'm going to start by saying this. Just like Martin Luther King had a dream, I also have a dream of one day having a female president, right? But I wanted to pick your minds on something. Sanitary pads. Right now, we are in a former prison where women were put through each and everything, and there's a section where the importance of a sanitary pad to every prisoner, you know, and to know that there's kids in rural areas that not every girl child can just have access towards a sanitary pad. That's not good at all. I'll stand with him on that one in terms of women movements, yeah.
Thank you. So at the back. The other way.
Thanks, Chair.
Sure.
Kamelam Nungsindis from Equal Education. So, my question is around the cancel culture that we see in the US. And I'm asking this question, understanding my positionality as a man in this space. And the reason why I'm asking it is because the narrative around the cancel culture has been spearheaded by the patriarchs, right? It's men who dominate that conversation. And I wanted to ask about the feminist view, because this notion around the cancel culture started with the entertainment industry. If you see your R. Kelly, you come to South Africa, people who are local DJs and national DJs, but there's a cancel culture, and I'm happy you mentioned ABSA as part of the people who are contributing to this event, right? And the role they play during apartheid. And the reason why I'm raising that, even in this conversation, is that the cancel culture seems to be more directed or targeted to black men in the United States, more than the white rich men who are also form part of the problem that is happening around class, around capitalism, around the gender question, and the role of white men in that space. But you see all of these black entertainers who are also kind of protecting themselves in terms of the cancel culture. So I want to know the feminist view in terms of the cancel culture, because the narrative has been shaped by the patriarchs, as I've mentioned. I'll stop there before I mansplain.
Thanks, Jeff. The lady at the back there.
Thank you. I got tempted to speak, especially when there was a debate around feminism and whatever. I just want to, it is so important to have our own definitions of terms, because once we lost in the meaning, we start getting in the wilderness. So nobody wants to be a feminist, really. Nobody wants to be an activist. We are forced by the circumstances to be calling ourselves activists. You understand? So if there was a just world, there will be no feminism. There will be nobody calling himself a feminist, because it's an emotional term that is aiming to express our feelings, that we feel rejected as women. We feel we are tired because our social reproduction roles are exploited. And when kids cannot afford school fees, it is the women who bears the brand. When you guys are getting retrenched from the mining, it is the women who bears the brand. Yet, through all these theoretical topics that we had over the last 2 days, there's a little around the role and an unaccounted contribution that is played by ordinary women in the society.
Mm-hmm.
And these people who are speaking, they are powerhouse because they advise our policymakers. And when they advise, they are the loudest voice. And I felt so disturbed when we couldn't engage from the floor, yet we are supposed to listen and absorb and understand all these academic terms. So I just wanted us to be, I think I need to challenge Section 27, and I challenge myself as well, to create a space for activists and feminists to debate around the terminologies that we are using, that, sometimes water down the meaning of the real substantial rights that we are looking for in our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very much. My question is about the idea of a women's movement or a feminist movement. I think when we, and perhaps this touches to what Sviso was alluding to, is that we kind of have lots of disparate issue-based movements in South Africa. But I'm curious to learn more about the successes of the Women's National Coalition and the idea of some kind of binding umbrella organization that kind of gathers people with a shared interest in gender and progressive rights. And perhaps what the threats are to having quite a fractured set of different issue movements. we're living in this kind of neoliberal age where the girl bosses and the girl queens and that kind of stuff are hailed as feminists, but what are they reproducing? So I think maybe if the panelists can kind of reflect on sort of, what are the challenges of having this umbrella movement? What are the successes in the past historically, and what we can learn from it now? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Sir in the cap there. And then last question here.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Prof. and some Kelly. I just want to, we're talking about sexism and South Africa being a non-sexist society, which is what we want it to be, right? So I work in a youth space, I work with young people, I'm a young person myself, and then I find that most young men find it hard to challenge their mindset in terms of what is the role of a woman in a society, right? They find it hard to get rid of what many may perceive as social norms of what a role of a woman is in a society. They find it hard to understand that women play a very important role and are very important stakeholders in the community, and also that they are an equal counterpart to us. There is no difference. So I'm talking about this because I was challenging these other young people about, they're saying, I don't want a girlfriend who smokes, and then the person smokes, right? And I'm like, why? Says, it's not supposed to be, women are not supposed to smoke. But I said, according to who, right? So those kind of ideologies and understanding of young men about the role of a woman, it's something that really needs to be challenged. And I think firstly, they really need to challenge their mindset around that. So I just want to know if the movements, or the women movements that are available out there, do they do any work in terms of educating young men about these issues and making them understand that women are just as equal as we are, right? And then one other thing is that I think also our parents, the household, because it comes from there. That's where it's perpetuated, So the father will tell you, women is not supposed to do this and that, So it's those kind of issues that actually, on the ground in the communities, I think that's where it starts. If we don't understand as young men the role of the women, then I think we are lost. Thanks.
Thank you. One last question, and then off to you guys. Yes, sir. Please just pass on the mic. Straight to. Is it not working?
Afternoon. Thank you, Sma, and Prof. Indeed, your presence is felt in the country. As activists, we've been witnessing the role of women in our communities. So as a young man, I want to appreciate that first. But my question, or rather be a recommendation, will be, we have been witnessing the high rate of young teenage pregnancy. So as an organization, I wanted to pose a question on what is your take and how do you respond to that, because it's affecting the future women's generation. Yes. Next. Didn't you hear me?
No, we heard you.
You heard me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can repeat it. Okay, I was asking, as we know that there's a new pandemic in the country.
Yep.
There's a new pandemic in the country. Close. Okay. Thanks. There's a new pandemic in the country of young teenage pregnancy. So as an organization, what is your take on that, and how will you retaliate to that in addressing that as it's a challenge? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Well, those are a lot of questions, but please go ahead. Shall we start with you, Prof?
This is
Yes.
not in any order, but I'll just on the issue of, the women's movement and whether it has an organizational form. It's never really had a central, one organizational form ever in its history in South Africa, nor anywhere else in the world. By its nature, the organizations formed by women tend to be dispersed across society. The interesting thing about the Women's National Coalition, and just to say, every so often a structure within a political party will claim to be the representative of all the women, right? So, but nowhere in the world have we had a single women's organization that can legitimately claim to be representative of women. And that's partly because of the fact that women's issues are intersectional. They cut across so many different aspects. But at strategic moments, something comes along to unite all those diverse movements. And then you do have something like a Women's National Coalition, which I think was an extremely powerful movement, an organizational form that was able to intervene in the constitution writing process just at the time we needed it. Do we need another such organization? I suppose around gender-based violence, it would be helpful to have, instead of the alliance that we currently have, to have some powerful single body that could speak for all of those members of the alliance. I think it can be strategically useful. But I don't think it'll last. I think that movement will have its moment and then end. And I don't think that's a bad thing, because this takes me to a question that you raised earlier in the earlier round of questions. There are feminists and gender issues in all the organizations that all of you are working in. So the question falls to everybody: what are you doing within your own organization to advance the idea of equality? What are you doing to challenge patriarchy? What are the problem in our country is toxic masculinity. Why must women be the ones who are asked constantly, what are you doing to educate young men? What are older men doing to educate younger men? It has to be a social issue, right? It has to be taken up at all levels of our society and in all our organizations. And I would say, actually, around feminism, what the Zuma trial showed us is how unreliable our allies are. They don't do it. Are you doing that work within your own organizations? Is that what you have to ask? Not just, where are the women? Where are the feminists? And that takes me to the teenage pregnancy issue. The reason we have such a high level of teenage pregnancy is because of the way men use their power, and particularly older men using their power in relation to to girls, to children. We have too high a rate of teenage pregnancy. That is right. And when the latest report came out, what did our government say? Oh, well, girls must be taught to close their legs. I mean, it's a ridiculous response, isn't it? A response has to be much more society-wide than that. There's a power imbalance. Men are using masculinity in ways that are dangerous, and they're dangerous for men and women, for all of us. So I would say it's a question I want to flip back to all of us, not just a question to be asked to women's movements.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, it was MEC Popira Matuba who said young girls must close their legs. But who's impregnating these young girls? It's not other teenage boys. It's mostly, like Prof said, older men. So we have a rape crisis in this country, and largely our teenage pregnancy crisis is due to that rape crisis. It's all interconnected. So we can't blame children, 12-year-old children, for their pregnancy when they have been raped by older men. And so it's the state's responsibility. Instead of saying, going to schools, saying to young girls, they must close their legs, the MEC and the government must hold rapists accountable and challenge the culture of rape culture. Okay, so the question, I think I'll start with the question of cancel culture being targeted at black men, and you mentioned the US in particular. I'm going to speak about our South African context. And when people bring up cancel culture, I'd like to know who has been tangibly cancelled, successfully cancelled, especially in our context. Because now all the men who've been accused of rape, they are still gigging, they are still on our TV screens, they are still making money. So there hasn't been a tangible cost. So for me, cancel culture is really elusive, because think about all these men who have been perpetually accused of rape, particularly in the entertainment industry. They still have their jobs, they're making money. We still play them, they still win Records of the Year awards. Yeah, so for me, cancel culture, I think it's a response by patriarchy to delegitimize genuine issues are brought about by women and to also avoid accountability. But I will say the roots of cancel culture in South Africa, particularly with the RU reference list, I just want to historicize it. So, and how it played out in social media. So when Professor Phumla Gqola wrote her book and said there's no social cost to rape, we know already there's no legal cost to rape, most times, right? Most women don't report rape because they know how the criminal justice will treat them. And even, rape convictions, when they do happen, they get overturned by anti-feminist judgments. And so Phumla Gqola then said, there's no social cost to rape. Now that there's no legal cost, us as feminists, what other mechanisms do we have? We have our social media, we have our word of mouths, we have our books, we have our poems. So we took to social media, right, to name and shame. So to name and shame rapists, we did that when a rape happened during Rhodes Must Fall at UCT. It happened in an occupied building at UCT when students were occupying. #RapeAtAzania. They populated the guy's name, face, address, and they looked for him. It happened at the RU reference list when those young feminist activists went and fetched all of those rapists at their residences. They made sure that there was a social cost to rape. They embarrassed them publicly, and they made them uncomfortable physically. But what happened? The institution protected them, the men who were accused of rape by multiple people. The institution took them to a nice hotel, B&B in Port Alfred, when all of this was going on. They were managed to finish their degrees, but what happened to the young feminist activists who were raped by those exact same men? Yolanda Tyanki today is still expelled from Rhodes University for standing up for herself and demanding justice.
Not just expelled from Rhodes University, expelled from any university in the country. Not allowed to finish a degree.
So, yeah, so it's cancel culture, my brother. I hope you hearing what I'm saying is that there has not been any tangible cost. And women have turned to social media using hashtags to demand some kind of social accountability, at least. At least, can we have that? Yeah, I hope that answers your question. But also this, sorry, but also this white men situation. How many films have been made about Harvey Weinstein? So this whole R. Kelly thing, Harvey Weinstein, there are I think more than 3 that I've watched so far, films that have been made about Harvey Weinstein. White women have held Harvey Weinstein accountable. Even Lupita Nyong'o wrote an essay about how Harvey Weinstein, a white man, sexually harassed her and almost sexually assaulted her. So I feel like black men don't want to be held accountable, for the violence they put black women through. And we're having none of that. Sorry, I think I'll end there.
Thank you so much. So we're running out of time, and I hope we had more time to chat, and hopefully we can do so at tea. But thank you so much for being here. As usual, you are riveting and amazing. And hopefully we continue to do the work of feminists, and that's to get things done. So thank you so much.
We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when
Justiciable socioeconomic rights, such as the right to education, the right to access to healthcare, food and water, and social security, amongst other rights. Today, I am joined by activists who I have immense respect for, and leaders of 3 social movements and organizations who have extensive experience in organizing and campaigning to ensure that the state respects, protects, and fulfills these rights. Today, we will be unpacking and getting perspectives really on these social movements and how they have made use of this rights-based framework that we speak of within their strategies. And my panelists today, firstly we have Noncedo Matubedube. and Unoncedo is the General Secretary at Equal Education, the membership-based movement of learners, post-school youth, parents, and citizens striving for quality and equality in the education system through activism and analysis. Madube Dube is a queer feminist activist with a BA in Education, Maths and Language from the University of the Western Cape, and she is dedicated to developing youth politics and activism with the long-term aim of reaching marginalized voices. And through her job at Equal Education, she says that she recognizes the shortfalls in the education system, the inequalities that come as a result of these, and works to hold those responsible accountable. I am also joined by Ms. Sibongile Chabalala Slalo. Sibongile is the national chairperson of the Treatment Action Campaign, and her role as the chairperson for the organization involves strategies to recruit and retain members, campaign, fundraising, and internal governance. Sibongile is currently part of the Global Fund Country Coordinating Mechanism, and she's also a board member at the Rural Health Advocacy Project, and has recently been appointed to sit in the Ministers' Advisory Committee on COVID-19 vaccine. Sibongile also sits in the National Working Committee and forms part of the board and the executive manager of the organization. Sibongile is part of the top 5 people living with HIV sector leaders. She is openly living with HIV, diagnosed with HIV in 2000 after a long and severe illness. And then last but not least, we're joined by Constance Mohale. Mayor Constance is a land activist who led several land campaigns in Southern Africa. She coordinates the Alliance for Rural Democracy, a network of land rights and social justice organizations in South Africa. She is senior at Atlantic Fellows for Racial Equity, AFRI, the 2019 cohort, and she's currently a master's student at the Program for Land and Agrarian Studies in the University of the Western Cape. Can we have a round of applause for our panel? We're going to start with Noncedo. Noncedo, can you kick us off in this discussion?
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Okay, great, it's on. So I've got 6 images that I want to share with everyone to help take us through my story. The General Secretary at Equal Education, I do want to acknowledge Sindisa is here with me, the Deputy Chairperson of Equal Education. So Sindisa, just because we've only got 8 minutes, Pago questions and answers, my leader now, so you can affirm some of what I'll talk about. The first thing is that over the last 2 days, we're all clear on the social ills that we're grappling with as a country. And we've spoken about them in reference to the idea of safeguarding, advancing, and or evolving the democracy that we have in the country, in the ways that we can grassrooted, find its material impact, so on and so on. So we've spoken about those things and we won't get into them. And then we've also spoken about what the Constitution, the role it plays, potentially, in our movements, in our communities, in society. So what we're trying to do today, I think as these 3 women, is to talk about how formally this idea of building movement is able to use the ideals of democracy, the Constitution in itself, to advance and protect the rights in the immediate, but also in the near future. So a space that allows for nuance and a space to organize around emergent rights as well. Okay, but it all sounds nice and abstract and like fluffy and juicy, but what it actually is, and the reason we started with that song, at least, is to acknowledge in Ndiobana it is fucking hard work. When you think about social ills and the way that people are struggling in our communities, namhlanje, that kind of thing spills over, not even directly or it's like in its entirety into the movements that we're building. And so the expectation of the work that the movement must be able to hold, the immediate, the generational, it comes to the fore on an almost daily basis. So I just want to acknowledge the fact that we've got this panel of all women who are grappling with all these questions on a daily basis and are holding space for what the future of this country could potentially look like. So what I'm going to share with you here today, just like hold with a pinch of salt, because we are always in flux and building and evolving this idea of using a rights-based framework to make our communities and our lives better using this instrument, this one motive force Sizibiza social movements. Yeah? Cool. So the Constitution, equal education, in our context, see, understanding that it isn't the only thing or the sum total of the reason or the rationale we are activists today. Yeah? But it is a deep and central motive force. So see, Civic as a single tool to try and advance into as a human being or as a citizen of the country, I do deserve an immediately realizable right, imfundo that is equal. And again, what we also understand is that your right and access to education in the intersectionalities inside of it. So you've got young people grappling with the idea that sanitation, there is one toilet to 20 shacks. It means that even my school in the same school community is going to struggle with sanitation. And so we try to take these issues and put them inside of the community, but back inside school as well, and help comrades build sustained and campaigns to address sanitation crises in the school community, not in just their school. Folk following me, you know? So that's the idea of this equal education and how we use the Constitution to advance these rights inside learners and young people. And then, because of the nature of how we've spoken about democracy in the Constitution, so I understand it to be like a legal framework, a legal document. You know? We do use litigation and are famously known for, unfortunately, as a critical tool in advancing these rights, kind of protecting his rights to basic education. Now, I must also note, the 17-year-olds that lead equal education understand they do this work for the future. So if you ask a learner today, why are you an activist? They'll tell you that I don't want my siblings to experience the same education system I have. That's profound for a young person, right? So when we think about using different strategy and tactics, we will take to the street on any given day in mass. Yeah? But we also understand that we've got a key tool that is still progressive in our eyes, which is the Constitution. And what is embedded in the Constitution is our fundamental rights. So that's the framework of how we then talk to each other on a weekly basis inside school communities and activating ourselves and building a consciousness around ubuthina, ubuntu, youthfulness, active citizenry, which allows young people to think about activism beyond the basic education space, but definitely does have gains for this country, at least over the last 10 years, for basic education. Makabaneko Equal Education have informed many robust policy reforms that allow for basic education to look the way that it does now. Not great, but it's moving towards that. No? So just to acknowledge that. Now, inside of this whole rhetoric I'm putting to you, there are also deep sort of contestations. So depending on which environment we're sitting in, some people go, you can't call this thing a social movement. And you must ask yourselves the question, why? So there are two things. Abantu believe, and everyone's spoken here, I mean, some people are sitting here going, I'm feeling a little bit emotional. There's an urgency around our rights issues, right? In the ways that we interact with violence and inequality, njalo njalo. And so people typically go to us, what does policy reform do when we've got an emergency in our basic education system? When we've got an emergency in our education system broadly, tertiary included? We are looking for a revolution, comrades. And so you can't call yourself a social movement if your work is only towards these social reforms. You move one policy here, you move one policy there. Yeah? So people are calling for revolutions, and therefore they sometimes struggle to accept that there is a motive force of young people that are bettering their education system on an almost daily basis. Okay, so the second thing then becomes this idea of constitutionalism. If you go into a Kailicha namhlanje, and you ask Kabane, or even just a general member of society, a young person, are you feeling sharp there by the Constitution? You represented, is it beating you? They'll tell you no, this document doesn't work. It does not have me in mind, And so when we take to the streets, running door-to-doors, running popular education, soap boxes, marches, and we're talking to Abantu Bafana Nathi and mobilizing them towards these changes we want to see in all of our schools, they'll tell you, but you're using a framework, and they're not going to call it that, a framework that doesn't really represent us. So how far can we actually get with it? And you have consistently remind people, it's sustained, eventually we're going to find and meet the gains we look for, but now we must inform it every day together. And that's this idea of building active citizenry, you know? And in young people particularly, it's like important during this period. So just a case in point, we're here, we're building movements, they're doing the work, but in a very hard and precarious circumstance. But telling is our social ills. And then I want to use 6 images to give 3 examples of Michelle's bridge. We are making or building this bridge as we cross it. And it bridging it and doing political activity and a consciousness to inform and use the law so that it evolves and represents the people in the country at that moment. So I want to kick us off with those images and those 3 examples. I'm definitely over 8 minutes, but I'm going to be quick, fast. So this is a campaign that's been run, but this is Equal Education's campaign for scholar transport in KwaZulu-Natal. What you've got here is a direct impact action outside of the courts in Pietermaritzburg. And you can see that these placards, young people are writing these for themselves. By the way, there's no Sarah or Jessica in the wings helping people formulate. They are clear. We don't have scholar transport. Something must be done. What are the different strategies and tactics that Equal Education can support us in making sure we get scholar transport in our lifetimes? But there's appeals to MECs. So there's a deep and desperate approach or a praxis that talks about where is the power. And young people are going, but the power is in government, which means that using this rights-based framework helps young people understand that by doing this work, they are building state capacity. Because they're showing the government, these are the things that we need in order to access school through scholar transport. Keep it on, my friend. And then there's another poster up here that shows an appeal to the judge. So they're also going, there's power there by the law. Make sure that we've got a scholar transport policy. And if it's not coming through government, you must then compel government to make sure that thing happens. And they're running these actions alongside or sitting with people called movement lawyers, Abantu who sit in the echelons of the courts, but are dedicated to making sure they work with movement and young people in developing these creative and relevant strategy and tactics to make sure that scholar transport is actually a reality. There's a picture a couple of years later, and that's why I say the struggle is sustained. It's a long journey, but we're going. Learners are celebrating. 12 buses are delivered to an area of Inut in the north of KZN. These learners today have scholar transport. The issues are different. They've got scholar transport now. We call them nice life problems. But now they're going, it's COVID. We can't be sitting next to each other in this damn bus. Now they're wanting distancing and all those things. But they've got buses. And that's the work of using this rights-based framework, because we're going, in order to access school and a quality education, I can't be walking 8 kilometers to get there and back. That's the bridge. What?
Next picture, please.
Maybe I'll just do 2, so not 3. I'm worried about time. So this is a campaign around school nutrition. COVID happens, schools are shut down. We are very clear as a country there's a food insecurity crisis. Equal Education works with Section 27, Equal Education Law Center. We're saying, look, there's a mechanism in the system, in government, in the basic education system that feeds over 9 million learners. Can we make sure in Dubana, regardless of whether schools are open or not, we can feed those learners? Because they get 1 or 2 nutritious meals per day in the least. But before doing that, we're talking to members, comrades, Kunjani, are you okay during lockdown? What's happening? We're struggling to reach folk, we're finding others through another in the same village. But ultimately, the resounding impact of COVID in these families is that silambile. But we have to take government eventually to court to get this judgment that says, with immediate effect, roll out the school nutrition program. The school nutrition program is a national government competency, but runs down to provinces and circuits. So in Mali Corner, there is 6 billion rand that's put aside to make sure this thing can run. So it's not one of those campaigns where we're going, give us the money also. The money is there, the systems are there, the implementers are there. It just needs to happen. But this is another challenge. I won't go into the third one because that's when I was going to now lament the DBE. The Department of Education doesn't understand these kinds of social wage issues to be part and parcel of the work of the department. They tell you that what we are concerned with is the nuts and bolts of inside the classroom. But what's happened through Equal Education and these young people, thousands across the 12 years that we've been in existence, is that young people have learned that through using the Constitution, our fundamental rights to basic education, these social wage issues are intrinsic in your accessing quality and equitable education in your lifetime. So using the courts, using marches, using public, installations, that's a bridge. This one's in Joburg, but comrades in the Eastern Cape did a bridge that crosses over the N2 into East London from King Williamstown. This is a wall mural in Nyanga. It was quite dangerous to put that up, but we had fun. In Cape Town. And these comrades have done door-to-doors to mobilize communities, parents, principals, SGBs to go. School nutrition program is important. But why do they think it's important? Because I understand it's a fundamental right. It's connected to our access and appreciate and experience my education system. So yes, but there's a long game, so we build the bridges like this. Okay.
Thank you, Nonman. Thank you for that very insightful opening presentation. Without wasting further time, Ma'am Sibongile, can you please comments?
Thank you, Mutao, and thank you for Section 27 and CASAC to organize this program. I think it's very important. And from yesterday, we have been engaging a lot and thinking about what we've been discussing. From the treatment action campaign side, you know, it's much difficult for me now to speak after Dogneto because what our struggles are nearly similar, and we have used the Constitution and the law the similar way. Remember when we were fighting for ARVs, the courts and the Constitution is the one document that assists us to have ARVs today. And I'm proudly to say I have 21 years living with HIV today because of the decision that was taken in 2002 and in 2004 when the Constitutional Court was forcing the government of South Africa to make sure that we are accessing ARVs. But then the struggle didn't stop there because to have ARVs, that didn't mean that we have won the battle. Now we needed to make sure that people who are living with HIV are accessing that treatment and are maintained on treatment. As I'm talking to you today, we have about 8 million people living with HIV in South Africa, and about 5 million of those people are on antiretrovirals, of which we are still questioning that data because we know for the fact that as much as we are working on the ground, there are a lot of challenges that are pushing people away from the services. We know that, what's happening with my throat? I'm okay. What we know that people on the ground are not accessing services as they are supposed to. So as much as we always congratulate or honor the Constitution and the rule of law. But at some point, when you go to the ground, what is happening at the national level or what is happening at the Constitutional Court, it's not addressed on the ground, which is very problematic. So the Constitution, it's okay, and we need to continue to use it as a document or as a right-based framework to hold the government accountable. But also we need to use the Constitution on the ground to hold those who are in power, especially at local and at the district level. We saw a gap as Treatment Action Campaign to say, we've been letting these ones go for a very long time because when there are challenges, we run to the MEC, we run to the minister, we run to the deputy president, but we are leaving those ones who are implementers on the ground. And every time when you engage them, you find that they don't know the Constitution, they don't know the rights of the people, they can't even tell you the Batu Pilu principle, which is hanged there in each and every clinic. So that is a problem that we need to deal with. But as Treatment Action Campaign, what we have said is that we are taking the information back to the people. We've been talking about NHI. People, they are thinking about something else which is totally different from what the document, the NHI bill is saying. And we as Treatment Action Campaign, we took it to ourselves to say, we need to go back and educate communities. Today, we are talking about a collapsed healthcare system. We are no longer even saying it's broken because it's no longer broken, it's collapsed. Here in Gauteng only, Charlotte Maxeke is closed. And what will happen to people who are supposed to access services? What will happen to other nearby hospitals who have to carry the burden? So people need to be informed. So what we are working on now with other groups like PHM is to have an educational literacy for clinic committees, hospital boards, because those formations or those governance structures are no longer being used as they are supposed to be utilized. Now they attend to be an extension of the clinic. You know, you find the chairperson of the clinic committee, when you come as community members want to address the issues, that he defends or she defends the clinic more than addressing the issues. You find the hospital board chairperson addressing you as the CEO of the hospital, which is totally different from what is expected. And we have seen politics taking over that space and putting their comrades in those spaces so that they can push their own political agenda. So we want to turn around that strategy, that mentality of using the spaces where the voice, using the spaces where the voice of the people can be heard to be taken over by politicians. But also we have continued to use the law to our advantage. Recently, we know that we've been supporting the former Minister of Health, Zweli Mkhize, on the case of ANHP, on the issues of complementary medicines. Although we have lost that case, or he has lost that case, but as health activists, we think that we still need to pursue that, because at the end of the day, this is our lives. And we have seen what these complementary medicine have done to our lives when we were fighting for ARVs, when we were told to say, instead of taking ARVs, here's Matthias Rath with his medicine, which is not tested, which is not regulated. Today, now, as we are facing COVID, there was huge discussion between medical professionals and researchers about, I forgot the name of that medication, which they wanted to regulate and for it to be used. Sorry? Yes, to be used to cure COVID-19. Those are the arguments which, at the end of the day, they will affect us, people on the ground, because most of our people on the ground, they are not used to these big names. They don't understand this medication. When you go to any medical practitioner and tell you that this is what will work for you, you will take it without being informed to say what it will do for you, what it will do to your body in the near future, which takes us back to the issue of treatment literacy, which took us where we are today. We managed to take the government to court because of that information from the Treatment Action Campaign. But it will be wrong for me, Muteo, not to talk about corruption which crumbles our healthcare system. We are in this crisis. We are having a collapsed healthcare system today because of corruption. Because at some point, as much as we are holding a government accountable on those who are corrupt accountable, at the end of the day, we feel like the law takes too much time to take its course. Like, for instance, the issue of Brown Hlongwa. It took us years from Brown Hlongwa to be brought into justice. And when an ordinary citizen has committed a crime, we just do it like that to say, you have stolen so much, then you have to face the law. But why, when it comes to politicians, we took years and years. It took us as activists to go to the streets every now and again to say, we need Hlongwa to be brought to justice. We are talking about Life Esidimeni, which it has yielded good results so far. Although we want to see Uketani Mahlangu and our friends Wake being brought to justice again, because they have killed people, they have murdered people. That was murder. I think I will stop there for now. But my last point is to say, as activists, as social movements, we need to continue to hold those who are in power accountable. We are talking about Charlotte Maxege closure. We slept 2 nights in the cold winter last year as Treatment Action Campaign and people living with HIV to show the government to say, it's enough, enough is enough. And we told them at that time to say, as you are ignoring us, ignore our votes during local elections. And unfortunately, they wanted them and we ignored them. And they saw the results. And if they continue to do that, they must know that they will see the results at the national elections. Because if they continue to ignore us, they continue to ignore a constitution, we'll continue to ignore voting, because that's the only way to deal with politicians. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Spongile. Now, Constance, we're just chasing time. I've got plenty questions, but can we have your presentation, Ma'am Constance?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm also considerate of time now. I'm very late for my flight, but I will just, I respected the audience and you guys for your invitation, and that's why I'm just here. I could have just pulled my bag and went. So I was asked to speak about the right-based framework, but I just want to say a little few words around who is the Alliance for Rural Democracy. So we are a cross-section of civil society organizations and community groupings working in solidarity to engage government's policy formulation and policy implementation processes towards the realization of a restorative land justice and rural democracy. So it was formed by lobby groups, all of us who made submissions ever since 2004 when a Communal Land Rights Act bill was introduced and finally became an act, and it came to the Constitutional Hill and was struck out of the roll. And then we met again, the very same group, we saw each other coming to the Traditional Courts Bill. I see the Deputy Minister is here. We always in loggerheads around that bill. So, and we realized that this is the concern group around rural democracy and around the Bantustanization of South Africa, which we thought was eradicated after the 1994 era. And we started talking to each other. And thanks to the progressive research institutions like it was Center for Law Society, now it's Land and Accountability Research Center, who made it possible for us to meet, to go to Parliament, because you know, the other thing that makes us always excluded is resource challenges. So taking a rural guy from Lesotho to Parliament to make her say it's not affordable. So we really thank those institutions that bridged for us to be able to have a voice in Parliament. Otherwise, we were not going to be having any voice or any alliance. So if you ask me, are we representative of the people? So I've adjusted my presentation because some of the presentation triggered me. That, hey, we don't have a national movement, we don't have a national voice of coalition, whatever, the Women's National Coalition and this, da. No. We are not the representative of the people. We cannot claim that, okay? We are self-led. We are the voice, okay? We reject the apartheid representative style by committees. So it doesn't matter whether it's a traditional authority or a communal property association, but we feel betrayed. So questions that were posed to COSATU, those are the feeling of betrayal, that committees, once they are elected, then they are empowered to take decisions around our rights without consulting us. So the right and the power to say no come from our struggles as the communities on the ground. So if you feel like what Kolobeni is doing is not compared to Mapela, and it's not compared to Gala, it's not compared to Bakatla Bakafela, and if you cannot recognize that as national, that's your own definition and your own right. We recognize those struggle in the grassroots. And it is what it is. We're not here to impress anybody, to say, yes, we are a national movement, we're doing even better than whoever. No, we are not in competition. So we are saying we have the final say about our land. It takes root when we take responsibility for our futures. So I'm not going to be standing for your land right at wherever province you're coming for. You need to stand. And when you stand for your land right, then you are in solidarity with the alliance. And I can't come like paracute and start saying, hey guys, do you see your chief is naughty? You must do this. So it comes from a self-led and it's personal. So the right is also derived from our constitution, that's the framework. The constitution listens to local living customary law. I mean, the pronouncement on the Clara judgment, the pronouncement on the Maledu judgment, which I didn't hear anybody speaking about today, the pronouncement on the Baleni judgment, the Ingonyama Trust pronouncement. It's all those pronouncements that confirms to us that the Constitution is listening to what we want to say. So for us, the rights-based framework and our interpretation is that it is a creation of an enabling environment for the right holder to claim their right. And also education of those duty bearers to meet their obligation, to respect, protect, and fulfill every right. That means refraining from interfering with the enjoyment of our rights. So, in the Constitution, I quote Section 25, subsection 1, subsection 6, subsection 7, subsection, all those subsections from 1 to 9 complement each other. But our work limits to the communal land. Why? We know the history of dispossession in South Africa. People were dumped into communal land, forced under tribal authorities, which were the Verwoerd's creation under the Bantu Authorities Act. People found their way to survive, but now, when the bigger debate is around skewed ownership, 13%, where's the 13%, where there's 87%, the 13% is being dispossessed again through the legislations that are made by our own very government, okay? Contradicting the same Section 25 and now making noise and playing with their tongues in Parliament and saying they're going to pass the legislation to expropriate land without compensation, all right? So the Section 25 subsection 6 gave birth to a law which is interim protection of Informal Land Rights Act, and that is our rights-based protection. So I don't want to read around what Section 6 is saying and whatever, because I know that people are lawyers here and they know, you know. I don't want to bring coal to Newcastle. But I want to talk about Ipirora, which seemingly is not known, okay? It states that customary law must first be followed, and then there must be a community meeting. The nature of the agenda of that meeting must be known. It also, even when there's a sale of land, and that land belongs to graze or livestock farmers, the livestock farmers, whether they are in a minority, must be consulted, and they must give consent. That's the right to say no. And that right to say no is also endorsed under the free, prior, and informed consent. But the problem is that mining companies and government and our ministers and the deputy ministers, they don't recognize our customary ownership. The second problem is that government and banks, they are in cahoots, and traditional leaders, who is with us? They don't recognize our customary rights. They don't call it real rights according to their interpretation of property rights. So this is setting a standard for companies and banks to expropriate land from us. So right now, the ARD is taking government to court once again. So this government doesn't want to listen. They don't respect the Constitution. I mean, all those things that Ngokaidobi said about, they don't respect it. Even if there's a pronouncement, how do we take that pronouncement to be a living law to the people? So my comrade from SERI spoke about the trio around the political, the material. And you know why? Even the social justice organizations discriminate against social movements. You understand? So if you look at how do we take that information for people to know, and when people know, they will be able to defend their own rights, and they must not give agency to litigators and to lawyers, and we must build that community agency to say no and to stand up, get out of their closet and say, you are not coming here as the truck. This is our territory. How do we empower people with information to be able to do that when we don't have money? We're operating in the capitalist world. We're not going to be able to gather people that like the Women's National Coalition used to do, or COSATU, which is getting shares from mining companies and a membership from the starvation wages of their members. Our members, we don't have a member. Our people that we are trying to talk about, they don't have any income. They are being discriminated. They go to shit schools. There is nothing about, so if you are saying to me, there's a march in Joburg and I have to take a person from Lesotho, yes, I need to make sure that that person is safe. one thing that activists we don't know is that God loves us, because we never even had an accident with our activists coming in a lorry to the march. Because what if that there's an accident? I mean, we work because we have salaries and we have provident funds, we have insurances. Those activists don't have insurances. And that is our struggle. That is what I want to talk about. So we are taking them to court again. So embarrassing. And they will lose it again because they don't respect the court, the rule of law. Thank you again. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our panel. I'm going to park my question for now and open it up to the floor for comments and any sort of questions that you guys might have. I'm already seeing one hand here. I'll take 2 rounds perhaps. Let's start with 1 round over here. 1, 2. Did I see 1? 3.
No, thanks, Theo, and the panelists. Mine, I've got, I think, 1 or 2 issues which I want to raise. I've been counting number of cases that we have won as an activist. But the challenge is we don't see the fruits of those cases. We don't see the implementation of those cases. If we can look on one case, which is school infrastructure, the one that equal education with Section 27 took the government to court, even today, it's still stipulated in that framework that on the 16th of November 2016, we will no longer be talking about pit toilet. We will no longer talking about the mud schools. Guess, we are in 2022 today. We are still having schools that are still built by mud bricks. Eastern Cape, the schools are still there. Limpopo, the schools are still there. Also, even the other province, it's just that people are afraid to can speak out because they are afraid of their bosses. They might lose their job. Look on the issue of textbooks. We are still receiving concerns around the shortage of textbooks, even today. And it's worse because it also includes the stationery. No longer textbooks, also even the stationery. But the case took place around 2014. We went to the Constitutional Court of Appeal, but again, we don't see the fulfillment of all those implementation of the cases that we have won. Even on the issues of health, it's still the same. Look what is happening on the issues of life as domain. So to me, it seems as if there will be no longer social organization or movement or civil society, I don't think we will be where we are today. And I don't think the government will be proud to say now, today we are providing ARVs to more than 8 million people. I don't think so. They will be singing that song because it's all about the social movement, all about the people who stand up and say, no, we want to make sure that our children, our young people enjoy about the rights that has been enshrined in our Constitution. But that is not happening. I think this is one area where we need all of us to come on board and say, how many cases are we having that have been gone through the court of law and we have won those cases? What is it that is happening? And we go back to all those cases and hold the government accountable. Until we do such things, we will keep on going back to court and win the case, but without anything that will be happening. So this is my concern. It's not a question, but it's a serious concern with me because we don't see the fulfillment of the rights upon our children, upon even our society. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the panelists. And then thank you very much also for the important work that you guys do. So I just have a few questions. So I think it's clear that it's across board that government is just irresponsive and irresponsible at some point in terms of delivering the services to people. So my question is, when that happens, because sometimes I understand it's agent to the point that you can't wait for government, right? So do you guys engage with private sector to kind of deliver the things that you want for the communities that you work with or the people that you work with? So that's the first one. Second one is around the stigmatization of HIV and AIDS. It's something that is very real, and then it's so real that even our health facilities or health sector they don't take it serious. People don't even want to go to the clinics to fetch their medication or their treatment because of the kind of things that they face when they get there, right? So my question around this is there any other way or that people can access the ARVs or the treatment without having to go to be faced with such challenges where they collect their medication? And then the third one is to Noncedo. Do you guys in equal education thinking or started working around maybe getting sanitary pads to schools for every girl who needs a sanitary pads because they can't afford them, So are you thinking of doing that kind of work or have you started already? Yeah, I think that's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think there was one final. Was it you?
About the issue about sanitary pads, again, I'm going to raise it. How is it that it's not as accessible as a condom? Especially when we are right here, Constitutional Hill, former female prison, right there. That was one of the basic human right needs that needed to be taken care of. Not taken care of.
Thank you. Sure. Before we continue, I just want to excuse Mayor Constance Mohale. She just had to run off to catch a flight, but I think most of us have engaged with her, and she's been very engaged throughout the 2 days that she's been here. So we do understand that she had to jot off, and we do thank her for all her contribution throughout this day and a half. I think this question goes to both panelists. The question was related to the non-implementation of court orders and the usage of courts as this tool that social movements have in their pockets. I think Mayor Constance had spoken to the shortcomings of using courts, having to go back again, access to courts, and the cost associated with that. So can we have some comments on that question?
I just wanted to ask if you could put up my last slide. Sorry about that. So I just want to encourage that. So I started off by saying social movement building is difficult, no? And there's a long game. And I'm hearing what Comrade Tsoli, and I resonate with the that he's saying, no? But there are some positives to the work that we do. So sometimes as activists, when we meet, we get despondent and we throw out, what's the thing with the bathwater with the baby? No? There are smaller gains, and what I'm hearing from Comrade Tsoli is that that's a recommendation for NAS we'd like to take forward from this gathering. That we do, I don't want to call it a sector review, we do it like a thing where we review the gains of litigation, social movement, public issue, over the last Ndondon years. We'll figure it out, because that could be an interesting story. So this is a school in an area called Qoboqobo in the Eastern Cape. It's called Vukile Tshwete. And in a period of 4 years, the school went from this condition. I mean, learners today, I was there in February, are still in these bungalows, but the school is going to be open in the second quarter of 2022. It's got toilets, it's got classrooms, some classrooms have whiteboards even, They're working on ironing out a soccer field, they'll have labs, there'll be a library space. So the norms and standards of school infrastructure did this. And learners in the Eastern Cape can recognize, and members at EE, this as their own victory. because the prioritization of school infrastructure in rural provinces was pushed forward by that law, you know? So while in Limpopo we still have that circumstance, it's elsewhere it is working. And then I want to connect the answer to that question to the question around government's irresponsiveness or irresponsibility. Yeah? And I do also want to say, we're straddling two realities there. Because officials inside the departments, well, at least in the Department of Education, are really proactive and super keen to work with civil society, super keen to talk to young people inside schools and teachers and jalo and jalo. It's the political will that's the issue here. And so political leaders typically don't want to be seen as dancing. I once got a threatening call where someone said, no one's going to dance to the drum of the ANC won't dance to the drum of the beat of your drum. You know? So it's the evolving nature of the political landscape that gets civil society into this sort of back and forth. And so we shouldn't tire. But then again, it's hard, this movement building story. So it's up to us to also figure out what do we do inside of those ebb and flows to make sure that we can sustain ourselves for the long haul, you know?
Yeah, I think Unoncedo has just responded, especially to Comrade Tusoli. I think, comrades, sometimes as activists, we don't have to be too hard on ourselves. We are doing so much, and through those court cases, they've taken us somewhere. For instance, that Walakwa was saying, in 2002, we won the case against the government to say they need to provide ARVs, and they didn't do that. And then 2 years later, we had to take back we had to go back to court and say, this is what we need. And after that, it's also our efforts as activists to say, how is the implementation of ARVs on the ground? We made sure that we monitor, we made sure that we are here to follow up on all these things that they were supposed to do. We are talking about 5 million people today because of the work that we did. So as much as the government won't recognize us, and every time they will take credit for our work that we did, we always have to pat ourselves at the back and say, we did well. So in those cases, for also another court case that I will refer to, the silicosis case. As much as it took longer and sometimes we couldn't hear what is happening, but there is a movement that is happening. And LFSC many arbitration, already we know that in Section 27, now and again they go to court for the continuity. So there is work that is happening. So we need to pat ourselves on the back and say, we are doing well. And those court cases, we are not just going to courts and come back and say, no, we have won the case, now we sit back. We continue to hold the government accountable. We continue to monitor implementation. We continue to make sure that what we have demanded, it's implemented. Yes, they are very irresponsible and they are not responding to us all the time, but we don't have to sit back and say they're not responding, then what? You know, and sometimes they respond differently. For instance, what I was talking about last year in winter, we slept outside the office of the premier in Gauteng for 2 nights. He never came to meet with us, even today. But in his speech, when he was talking about infrastructure, when he was saying the Department of Health will be responsible for their infrastructure. For us as activists, we need to take that as as a credit, because we are the ones who went down to the ground and say our infrastructure is not in good standing. And you, Premier, you need to take responsibility. As much as he doesn't want to talk to us, but we can see that he's responding otherwise. So sometimes we need to learn to read between the lines and take credit when it's due. Because at the end of the day, it will be now it looks like it's the thing that they thought about it. Actually, it's not. It's because of us who said, let's go together and monitor, because what we are saying, we are lying. So for you to come and see what is really happening on the ground, today they are making changes, and we need to take credit for that. On the issues of stigma and discrimination, that is a very controversial issue, and unfortunately, my brother, the system that it is built in South Africa, we only on health, we only have private and public health. And most of the people who are stigmatized and discriminated by the very same system, our healthcare system is discriminating us. When you are a person living with HIV going to the facility, firstly, you have to wake up at 2 a.m. And when you get there, you will stand there. You will start being stigmatized by the security guard who doesn't even know anything about health, but uzokubuza ukuthi uzothini apha, uzokwenzani namhlanje. After telling him he won't do assist you with anything, he will direct you to the admin. The admin also wants to know, why are you here? After that, you get a file. Your file is different from other files because now you are living with HIV. That is type of discrimination we are still facing. When you missed your appointment, you treated as you committed a crime. Remember, we are living in a country that we have 60% of poverty. If I have to choose as a person living with HIV to say, today madam umbizile for iskoropo and I have to go to the clinic, I have to choose to say, okay, let me go to madam and get 150 so that I'll be able to buy, to put food on my children's table. And then the next day, I'll go to the facility. But you'll be treated as you've committed a huge crime because you'll be put back at the queue, you will not be attended. Sometimes they will even turn you back. So, unfortunately, there is no other way. We need to fix the collapsed healthcare system. We need to continue holding them accountable. And we need to continue bring them down because it seems like they forgot where they are coming from. They forgot that they grew up in rural areas. They forgot that they suffered with us. Today, they make themselves as if they've made it in life. They never went to these mad schools. They never attended these clinics. They forget where they are coming from because they have medical aids. But also, we are saying, all government officials and politicians, they need to use these public services that they are giving to us so that they will feel the pain that we are feeling. Until then, they won't feel the pain. Until then, they won't fix their broken healthcare system. But then we need to continue to advocate, and we need to push them as much as we can.
One last question.
Sanitary pads, please, go ahead.
So that was connected to a question around private actors in the education system. Yeah? So the education sector is big, and some NGOs and organizations do service work. So I believe in and work with a really amazing organization called the Bookery. They put book libraries inside schools, you know. You've got other formations that run reading groups inside those libraries, in classrooms. Abanye bantu then are doing the work of making sure that toilets are built inside these schools. But as long as it's as a cost structural, and if the challenge really around sanitation is around just getting it built and then maintaining it, because it's got these like VIPs, but if you go today, which was the last time we were here sometime in October last year, it needs to be maintained, but there's no budget for that. So to make that kind of structural reform, for some organizations and movements like Equal Education to be working at that sort of policy level to ensure that that kind of change is rolled out across the board. And then, so I mean, some of those organizations will come through with sanitary pads. And I'm on Sabaway, a little bit of a free sanitary towel. But so Equal Education's run sanitation campaigns, and in building this intersectional approach to those things, we've talked about the provision of sanitary towels. But the gender, there's a department, gender, and then youth and gender, doesn't it? They've got a whole chart and campaign around rolling out free sanitary towels in schools. So in most schools that I've attended at least, or engaged with, there is that kind of program running, Payan. But with government, you never know how far it goes. But I do want to, the reason I wanted to respond to this, because I wanted to also say, around having two health systems is something we need to be careful of in the education system as well. We have to be very vigilant around what private actors do inside of our education system. So even the young folk that are here today and they're thinking about like what the future could look like, where the interventions must lie, must think seriously about this idea of capacity to build state capacity, and monitor the thing and watch and be involved and and inform it, as opposed to thinking about, what can private sector do, what lessons can be learned. You can't transplant the one into the other. That's extremely valid. And if we let it go, I mean, every time I'm in Johannesburg and you drive around, so many boards of like Don College, it's so scary to me that people are creating these like siloed alternatives. Because then it incentivizes the government to actually do its work. And NESA 8.1, in the last sort of budget term, the fruitless expenditure from the Department of Basic Education was over 800 million rand. Those are the amounts that we're monitoring, on all fours to make sure system can in fact work. but in our lifetimes. I think is a critical bit.
Thank you for those insights. I'm just going to open one final round. I'll take 2 questions max. Sfiso, and then, yeah, we'll go back for closing statements of a minute each, and then, yeah, we'll wrap up.
Thank you so much. Fortunately, I'm working closely with I'm an activist, that's what I want to say. And 2 weeks back, we had a meeting in one of the provinces, in Mpumalanga to be specific, and the manager told us that Tinswalo, Mapulaneng, all that area, that's the hospital, Mapulaneng, they are using only 1 ambulance to cater for all that. That is, the area is too big. That means they are saying there is a shortage of about 100 ambulances in one province. That is Mpumalanga. 100 ambulances shortage. Number 2, it's the issue. It's not a question, actually. We're discussing it, Number 2, it's the issue of the quality of counseling within the facility. Right now, we've realized that we lack quality when it comes to HIV counseling. That's the fact. And it went down the drain. And we've been raising this quite several times, that we don't seem to be having such an, commitment in trying to improve the counseling for people living with HIV. That is another issue. Number 3, it's the issue of the staff shortages. Number 4, it's the issue of ensuring that when we talk about CCMDD, it's functional. CCMDD suppose that if you are on treatment and you are stable for quite 6 months to a year, then they are able to receive your medication through clicks, through Discam, through your personal doctor and all that. But it's not working, And we once looked at these vending machines that which you can go and collect your medication, your chronic medication, here in Gauteng. But it's like, it was just like a dream of which I think it will take long before it comes to us. So with me right now, it's like I'm saying, government, the only language that which it can understand, it's only protest. And also to be taken into court. That's the thing, It's not a question, but it's a comment, that the only language that which the government understands, it's protest and also to be litigated. Thanks.
Thank you, Sfiso.
Is there another person?
No, you were the only one noted in that round. So in your response, I think can respond to Sfiso's comment, but can you do a response and also just a few final words before we close off?
I will start. When you talk about EMS, it's a national challenge. As I said earlier, that we are no longer having a broken healthcare system, we have a collapsed healthcare system. Whether you are in any province, even including Gauteng, when you call an ambulance, you have to wait for 4-6 hours, or sometimes it doesn't even come. So that is a national problem, and we need to focus on that also. But also when you come, I will just be quick on the issue of counseling. I think we've been talking about it as people living with HIV and addressing your implementing partners about it, because those services now are rendered by implementing partners. But then the discussion that it's continuing we continue to have with implementing partners is to say, we need these services and how do we need them? So what does that mean? It means we need to continue to engage and we need to continue to hold the government accountable. And unfortunately, for us, I think protesting is no longer working. What we need to do now is just to go and invade those spaces. Because the spaces that the government is occupying are public spaces. We have a right to be there. If the Minister of Health doesn't want to work, doesn't want to respond to us, let us just go there. If they want to arrest us, let it be. Because that's the only language they will hear. They will hear. And we need to utilize media in that sense to say we are going there. So we want to be arrested. If they want to kill us, let it be. Because even this democracy that we're talking about today, we got it through blood. So if they want to listen us through blood, let it be. We are ready to die for our rights. We are ready to die for the services that we're supposed to get. So in all essence, we are not going to back off. We are not going to let it slide. And even if they can not give us those resources, because every social movement today, we are complaining about social movement. Funders are captured by our governments. We are unable to get funding. We will continue to fight. Whether we have funding or not, funding doesn't determine us. But what will make me rest in peace, it's to know that when I'm dead, my children and my generation that is coming after me will access better healthcare services in South Africa.
In addition to that, okay, I was going to reference a conversation from last night, but I didn't ask for consent from the people I was with, so maybe I won't. I just wanted to say that I feel like the sector does have a plan of action. Civil society is vibrant, it's alive. Osbanyel also is not lying when she says the conditions on the ground, and we saw it in this COVID period, is that abantu are willing to put their bodies on the line. You know, there's a dynamic, a volatile inside of our communities right now that wants to see things shift and quite drastically. And we're inside of that struggle, but we've got a plan of action. Abantu Apa, the last 2 days sort of threaded what I want to sort of put on the table. The plan is to continue to want to build the capacity of our state to give us these resources and basic services. And inside of that, we are keen for constitutional literacy. Betty Lusfiso up in the conversation I had with Jason earlier said that last panel up, we need something popular that we can take to people to go, Nancy right, exercise on your hlobo, go and self-govern. But we also need budget literacy. These conversations are insufficient if no one's talking about proper budgeting, equitable budgeting, so we can challenge austerity and end austerity at the edge as a community agenda in the immediate. We also need to talk about the regions and the country's political and social history using a feminist praxis, not just inside of our schools. I mean, look, our curriculum is not bad. Life orientation, history, it's all really quite exciting spaces, but it doesn't go far enough. So when you talk to members of equal education, for example, the sense of responsibility for their learning is different because they also do a little bit of a BC. They understand what happened in Dibaza and Craddock 4. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of thing I think needs to be inside the culture of our society and in our communities. Strategy and tactics, see ready for never sleep-ins, but the use of the legislature I think was an important bit that you mentioned. The idea of using strategic litigation in the interest of the public. We're going to continue to evolve this model that gathers us here today. So it's in a plan of action, Makabane. Let's not be despondent.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for our panel? On that note, thank you very much. This has been a very interesting conversation, a very insightful conversation, and there's also inputs on some ways forward. Thank you very much. We can close this panel.
We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We the people will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We the people are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We the people will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We the people are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We the people will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We the people are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We the people will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We the people are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We the people will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We the people are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair A chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power. A chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage. A chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past. A chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land. A chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country. A chair that, even when empty, will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power. In a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history, submit your designs today, learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity, a chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution, a chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey.
Everyone. It's our last or second last session for the day. And it's been a day full, or 2 days full of very rich and interesting and sometimes provocative discussions. As usual, I'm very grateful to have Kasek as our partner. Lawson and I often collude on things, and it always works out well. I hope that this will be, that there will be some consensus that this collusion will also produce good results. When we started this idea, which started last year, and also to thank Umunyana that has just let us go with it. Thank you, Umunyana, our Executive Director at Section 27. We have been increasingly worried about our moment in this country, but also the moment in this world, and how do we take this further? We started this as an idea around reigniting civic education. We don't know how we're going to take it forward from here. Part of what we want to do here, and in the next few minutes of this session, is to get people's comments on how we can take it forward. Niren Tolsi is here, and he's going to be writing up a report that will be circulated to participants, but also more widely, So your ideas will be welcomed if you can keep them short. And we also, I've got requests that people that haven't spoken before will be noted first. So on that note, I just want to say a few things that have come up for me in the last few days. The one thing is there's been a lot of discussion this morning. Is our Constitution a transformative document? And while there's some debate on whether it's a liberal document or more progressive and radical, I think there was wide consensus that there's progressive potential. How we use that and how we analyze what kind of document it is. Jason has put forward a framework for that. We have to look at it. Were there material gains from a judgment? Firstly, take a bigger look. Take a look at the broader picture. Were there material gains? Were there political gains? Were there legal gains? Coming back to the textbook case, I don't know where's Solly, but I want to have a debate with Solly, because Solly was there from the start. And we've used the textbook case before. We know the textbook case gave us a judgment. We know from that judgment, which was about non-delivery, we haven't had a recurrence of complete non-delivery. And where we have issues that arise, we are able through our office. This year we've had 3 complaints, Solly. And what we can do is we can assert the judgment, and that is addressed. So it's not a perfect situation, but the situation has moved forward a great deal. The other thing was that I just wanted to take note of was we had a very robust discussion in our panel on inclusive growth and socioeconomic rights. The one thing that was very missing for me from the discussion, and something that we at Section 27 through our alliance with the Budget Justice Coalition are trying to do, is infuse human rights principles, feminist principles into budgeting and resource allocation. So yeah, we would have liked to have seen that more in the discussion. There's been a lot of discussion on public education, civic education, budget literacy, treatment literacy, making that more intersectional in all our approaches, making our movements more intersectional in how we look at and analyze and take issues forward. The other thing is that what was very interesting for me yesterday, and there seems to be a lot of appetite for with our American comrades and Brazilian comrades and Indian comrades, was the need for some kind of global solidarity. The example was mentioned yesterday. I, as someone that's always been keen on the commonalities between the Indian struggle and the South African struggle, didn't know the extent to which there's been the suppression or the attempt to suppress citizenship of the Muslim minority. And the fact that the EU pushed back on the citizenship legislation was very interesting to me. And the extent to which we establish a global network around solidarity and then push our own government to take certain positions, human rights-based positions towards Ukraine. There's a lot of debates on either side of the equation right now about Ukraine. What is the human rights stance vis-a-vis the Ukraine? Final thing is that Nireen and I were having a bit of a discussion following the social movement panel, which was very interesting. And at what stage do we look at getting more radical in our strategies and tactics, where protests and litigation alone are no longer enough? I think Sibongile spoke about occupation at some stage. So yeah, are we at that moment? What is our relationship as lawyers and social movements to more radical tactics? So I'm going to leave it there and hand over to Lawson.
Thanks, Farnas. There's not much for me to add. Just perhaps a couple of things. I think what was acknowledged in the discussions over the 2 days is the toxic and polarized nature of our political discourse in South Africa. And we find oftentimes that it is the Constitution that comes under attack within those debates that take place. And Justice Colopin yesterday, highlighted the warning sign about, the lack of trust in the political process, low voter turnout, leading to cynicism towards our democracy and constitutional order. But he also highlighted the need for us to celebrate our victories, and he referred to our spectacular victories, but also our spectacular failures. But it's not just the big victories that we need to celebrate, it's the smaller ones as well, which I think in this last panel was highlighted by TAC, Equal Education, as well as the Alliance for Rural Democracy, that there have been significant gains which we don't celebrate enough. And the importance of doing that is that it's only when people see that the Constitution at a practical level has meaning, can make a difference, that they have trust and belief in it, and will be more likely to use it and to identify with it. And so I think that that's something that we need to do, because we tend to focus on the challenges that lie ahead rather than the victories that we've actually been able to achieve. So I think that's one of the things that we need to build upon as we take these debates forward. The second issue, I think, that sort of comes out of that is that we need to mainstream a proper understanding of the constitution-making process in the early 90s, that it was consultative, that it was legitimate, and it was democratic. Because the attacks that we see now are on the legitimacy of the Constitution, as well as the argument that the Constitution is an obstacle to progress, to transformation, and so on, issues that were unpacked in panels earlier this morning. So I think where we need to go now is to, how do we take these conversations of the last 2 days forward, and how do we start to locate those conversations within communities, drawing on the various social movements and NGOs that have been represented here, both physically and online. And I think that's the challenge that faces us now.
Thanks, Lawson. So if we can take a few comments, and listening to people, comments first from people we haven't heard from before.
Thank you. You heard from me yesterday.
Yes, but
well,
on a panel.
Coming from outside, as I do, from Swaziland, I think when you speak about Brazil, Ukraine, and India, we need to remember next door.
Sorry.
We need to remember the 10th province. There's a struggle going on there. And I think I did try to highlight that perhaps you may be lucky in South Africa that you are debating the failure to respect, to some extent, and to implement the Constitution. We are grappling with, just to get to that step, where we can have a document that protects the rights of all, that maintains the rule of law, as opposed to a situation where the human being, is supreme. So my request would be that as you continue with the conversation in the series, please don't forget about us in Swaziland. And I'm happy that I came here to represent my comrades and my people. I hope that you'll continue just giving us the chance to be part of the process and share with you our problems and our thoughts. And now we can move forward. And I think to some extent, the problem of the rule of law is a regional problem. Zimbabweans will say the same thing, that they've been grappling with these issues from the days of Robert Mugabe. And when Mnangagwa came into the space, we hoped that it was going to be the Mandela of Zimbabwe. It turns out it was a total failure again. So the conversation is not really South African, it's a regional conversation. I would appeal that you continue to provide space for people outside of South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks.
Noted. Other comments? I know Sifi saw his time. I said first others. Do you want to say something, Sifiso?
Yeah, I do have.
Short.
Yeah, I do have something, but I wanted others to talk.
Okay.
First, then
Is there anyone else that wants to go before Sifiso? Okay, you have the floor. And Sibongile, go first.
For me, I just want to thank you guys for organizing this again. I think we need some kind of engagement, especially as activists, and to remember who is doing what anyway, because sometimes the work that we are doing, it always keeps us busy, and we forget that there are also allies that we can work with on the ground. I always say you cannot remove the struggle of health from other struggles, because they also take to each other. So what I try to say is that I think we need each other more than ever now, because the state of our country and the politics we are in, if we are not coming together and work together, the democracy that we are talking about it now, we are about to lose it. And the Constitution as something that we still hold on as activists, it might be not recognized very soon if we are not voicing out and defend the Constitution, defend the democracy. But also, we need to be critical where we're supposed to be. Like, for instance, what I was saying, to say, when we are able to talk about these issues at this space, but when you go to the ground, these issues are not the language that people are talking. And how do we take this information to the ground? How do we take such conversations to the ground with the people, so that we understand how people are thinking and what are the issues from the ground? Because for us to continue to advocate, for us to continue to represent people on the ground, we need to listen to people. So I will just urge the newly formed coalition, Section 27 and CASAC, to next time when we organize something in the township and Vosloorus, and say, guys, can we please and talk to AFSA and Nando's to sponsor it to Vosloorus? We go there because that's where issues are. That's where real services it's not happening, and that's where most poor people are affected. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
My son was very upset they didn't sponsor food here.
You know, what makes me happy, it's that as Section 27, we provide, we facilitate, we do train on on constitutional literacy, to the communities, and we are trying to make it more accessible, and we provide even copies to those whom we've been training them on Constitution. Number two, I'm very happy regarding this platform, but when we discussed outside, it said some of the audience, or rather those that attended, they were saying it was too much information within the shortest space of time. And it should not have been at least these 2 days, if we expanded, the time. That means everyone was appreciating the space, and also to be able to talk and listening to most of the things. And one other thing, again, it's that if we can be able to forge solidarity with each other, that could work much better again, because we are all interconnected in one way or the other, So that's the main, that which I wanted to say. But I do appreciate so much. It's not a time wasted, and everybody gains something out of it. Thanks.
Thanks, Sifiso. Last question.
Can we continue with it? Let me say,
Solly, you're going to fight with me?
Solly.
actually what I've been saying in the beginning, I just want to see the achievement in a sense of when the school make their request, more especially to textbooks or to stationery, the department respond positively. I don't want to see the school again sending their request to Section 27 or to whatsoever, but let the responsible department respond positively. That's what I want to see. I recognize all the gains and the effort that we have made, but the responsible people, of which is the department, they are not doing their best in terms of the service provision. I will say we are lucky because of the COVID-19. That's why now it's so difficult for them to can come out to say, this is what we are experiencing, because learners were rotating. And remember also even the fear that they are still there. It is not yet over. They are still there. So, but we want to see the community themselves taking up these issues. The SGB themselves taking up these issues and own it without even moving up to Section 27 or on the side of the community, clinic committee, not moving to TAC or to whatsoever, but they are in a position that they can articulate, advocate their issues as the community themselves, because they own those services. They are the relevant people who can receive that. So, because we, as the civil society organization, due to the lack of funds that are ceasing, sometimes it won't be there for those community members. But if they are empowered in such a way that they can able to advocate their issues themselves, I think that will be the big achievement from my side. You know, it doesn't make sense for a school to write a letter to the department because there is the roof has been blown off. The department is not responding years and years and years. Meanwhile, they will say to you, this is our institution, this is our school, but they are not doing anything with that school. So we need to reach that stage where the SGP will say, and the community, take upon themselves without vandalizing anything, but taking this matter in a proper way so that the department can respond. And what makes this thing to be like a failure is because those people, they cater deployment issue. People are there, but they are serving an interest of the individual, but not the interest of the poor, of the poorest. That's one of the issues. You indicated the issue of budgeting. Again, it's somehow making the government not respond positively, because somewhere, somehow, I don't know, I've never done any business, but in terms of the budget, the way they are doing it, it is not actually addressing the issues that they were supposed to be addressing. And we know definitely that along the way, it will be channeled to someone's pocket because of the corruption that is taking place. But my key is when these community members themselves
are empowered.
Thanks.
Thanks, Solly. Okay, I'm going to hand over to you to introduce the Deputy Minister.
Thank you.
Thanks,
and firstly, thank you to Sisibongile for acknowledging our two sponsors who've provided generous support for this conference over the last 2 days. It really has been an exceptional 2 days, and we're very pleased that we have the Deputy Minister of Justice with us this afternoon. He spent the whole of the afternoon with us, listening to the conversations, talking to people, and I think many of us who are here have engaged with him over the years in some of our struggles and battles, and always find a receptive ear in the form of the Deputy Minister, John Jeffrey. So I think it really speaks to his commitment to want to engage with civil society that is here. But before I invite him up, I just want to point out one thing. I can stand there, John. One thing is that it is the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. And I think that latter part of the remit of the ministry and the department is something that often gets neglected. So I'd like to put a challenge to you, is how do we as civil society work with you to try and execute that part of your mandate of promoting and advancing constitutional awareness and understanding? The Deputy Minister of Justice, John Jeffrey.
Thanks very much, Lawson, and good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, apologies from the person who should have been here, Minister Ronald Lamola, who very much wanted to be here, but at the last minute was not able to attend. And so you've got me. I had a prepared speech, but after listening to all the discussions, I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to speak to issues. My apologies to Crispin and to Carol if you're watching. But yeah, I was saying earlier when I was seeking advice on whether I could use a particular analogy, which I was advised not to, that I feel a bit awkward. There's been a lot of criticism of government. Sfiso, I noted your comment of the only language government understands is protest or being taken to court. And one of the panelists said no, protest's not working anymore. Even that doesn't work with government. And yeah, so I think, but it is an interesting issue of you've got a wide group of civil society organizations, activists, but I'm the only government representative that you've got here. Lawson tried to say that no, that wasn't true. Judge Collopin is from government, and no, he's not. He's from the judiciary, and you guys like the judiciary, particularly when they rule in your favor. As Fiso says, it's only when you meant being taken to court and losing, or winning rather, against government. So if you lost against government, you wouldn't like them so much. But so, I think it's been, from the afternoon that I spent here, it's been very interesting listening. I think there is let me just emphasize that there's a very important role for civil society organizations, a crucial role, to take up issues and to push those issues. I think somebody did raise the issue earlier this afternoon of sustainability, and that is a problem. Of things will blow up, everybody will be excited and militarized and wanting action, and then it subsides. And I think the important thing from your organizations, and it's something I think that both Section 27 and CASIC do, is keep going on the issue. And I think that's quite crucial. One of the things that the ANC government stood for in the beginning and still stands for is participation. And there's a lot of written into the Constitution, into laws relating to community participation or participation in government. We've got community police forums, we've got school governing bodies, we've got health structures. We've got the IDP process, Integrated Development Plan process in local government, where the municipality, the local government is meant to draw up a plan and take that back to the community, to each ward every year. So we've got all that. But I think the question is how much is working. Obviously, the IDP process isn't, if you look at all the community protests, service delivery protests that are going on. I've been to a couple of IDP meetings in my constituency, which is in Richmond, KZN. And yeah, I mean, they're a little bit, some official from the municipality will rattle off from this document. And I can sort of see why there's not great participation. But the issue is the intention was there. We need to be looking at why is it not working. That's, I think, a crucial aspect. But I think we need to look at, a lot of the problems here relate to health and to education, which I'm not involved in. But I think, I mean, from Justice's side, it's very much an open door policy. If you've got issues, raise them. One of the problems I find from government is that the sort of bureaucratic system seems to be designed to concealing information from the executive. So within Justice, there will be, at the start of COVID, a problem in a section of the Eastern Cape where people, beneficiaries of maintenance payments, are not getting their payments because of, well, technical problems, which were only in a particular area, though, of the Eastern Cape. And nobody tells us. We have to hear about it from the newspapers. So it is an issue I keep raising with officials from the department. I want to know when things have gone wrong. I don't want to find out about it from the media or from elsewhere. You need to tell us so that we can see how we can get involved in dealing with the issues. And so I do think you've particularly got a role to play in that regard. Sometimes some of the service delivery blockages are really quite unnecessary. So it's a small issue, but I think it's quite fundamental. I was in Bethlehem last week, Monday, visiting the court and the Thuthuzela Care Center. And I asked the forensic nurse I was with the Deputy Minister of Police, Castle Matale, and the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Pinky Kekane. And I asked the forensic nurse whether she showed a rape kit and said, no, this is what happens in this room. They use the rape kit, etc., or they use to gather evidence. And then I asked her, have you had problems with the supply of rape kits? Because that has been a problem in the past. And then she tells us, well, actually, the one she's got in her hand is a children's rape kit. And the adult rape kits, they haven't had adult rape kits for 4 months. So this is obviously an issue. The Deputy Minister of Police is there. He's concerned. He phones the police. And what then it turns out is there's no shortage of rape kits. The police have the rape kits. They bring them over to Bethlehem immediately. The official in the Thuthuzela Care Center had claimed she'd told the detectives, the family unit detectives, when they come in bringing people who've been raped or sexually abused, she'd told them that they had run out or were running out of adult rape kits. And, but, that's not the way you do it. But it just struck me, here's quite a fundamental issue. If you are an adult rape survivor, rape victim, you want an adult rape kit. There isn't one for pure inefficiency on the ground. And those are the kinds of things. So that problem was immediately eradicated. And there'll be attempts to have better systems to ensure it doesn't happen again. But those are the kind of unnecessary service delivery blockages. So I think I'm sorry in a sense you didn't get me to speak before you wrapped up. Because I also wanted to contribute, and this is in a sense my contribution to the discussion of where you go from here. I do think you need to look at ways of engaging government. Mayor Constance Mogale, who was here earlier and made reference to me on the Traditional Courts Bill. Well, on the Traditional Courts Bill, because it's a very contentious issue, we set up a reference group to work on the bill and produce a bill. And that bill was representatives from the national and provincial houses of traditional leaders and Controlesa, and then representatives from civil society organizations, one of whom was Mayor Mogale. And that produced actually a bill that everybody agreed with. The aim was not to produce a bill that everybody liked. So I think we produced a bill that nobody liked, but it was a bill that people could live with. Unfortunately, when that bill got introduced into Parliament, things then went awry, and there were problems. But I think that was a good exercise of bringing together conflicting views and working through them. And it was actually quite fascinating seeing the rural activists and the traditional leaders finding common ground on particular issues. So I think really what I'm saying is that, please continue with this, continue with the work you're doing in your organizations. Continue to CASIC and Section 27 with these kinds of engagements, but also look at factoring in government to whether it's officials from government departments or it's members of the executive into this process to see how things can be done better. I also wanted to raise the issue of constitutional awareness. That is particularly crucial. I was saying earlier that a few years ago, I think it was from Students for Law and Social Justice at the universities, there was quite an active group of activists who were very passionate about constitutional education, and we set up a structure with them from the Department of Justice to pursue constitutional education. But unfortunately, those young people went on to other things, and the emphasis sort of faded out a bit. There is a committee from that the South African Human Rights Commission has, so that is still there. I don't know if anyone's involved in it. I don't know if CASIC's involved in it. Maybe also just Lawson had raised the point of revisionism, which is a little bit concerning. And look, I'm an older person, you're younger people. You weren't there when the Constitution was being drafted, my time goes back to, as an activist, to the 1980s. But I'm finding with younger people that because you weren't there, you're accepting things as truth that didn't happen. So this whole issue of the Constitution being an elitist document, not at all true, and one can go into the details. An earlier speaker spoke about a struggle to get non-sexist into the Constitution, the word non-sexist. Now, that surprised me because in the 80s, as an 80s activist, we were struggling for a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist South Africa. And in fact, I went to look at the ANC's Ready to Govern document, which specifically, and maybe just to read this section because it also involves the issue of participation. And it's our Constitution shall not, so this is from 1992, our Constitution shall not only guarantee an accountable, non-racial, non-sexist and democratic structure of government, but shall also empower all citizens to shape and share in the many aspects of life outside government. So also emphasizing the importance of participation. But look, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. As Lawson knows, I was not happy that I wasn't invited to the event. I mean, I'd seen it on social media, but obviously fate had different ideas. So even though I wasn't originally invited, I had the opportunity to come. But carry on the good work, and let's look at ways of ensuring better delivery of services for the people, attending to the issues of concern to people. Maybe one other point, and sorry if this will be the last point. We have a national task team on violence against LGBTIQ+ people, which is government and civil society. It's been going since about 2012, I think, or 2013, when then Minister Khadebe was approached because of the high numbers of rapes and murders of lesbians due to the so-called corrective rapes. That's been it's been recognized by the UN Human Rights Council as good practice. It's a good structure. I think that sometimes the problem from our side as government are who is civil society? We don't want to select civil society. Civil society must do that. But then there'll be complaints as to this person is not representing us, that person is. Well, we want everybody in, but it's a question of that's one question. I think the second issue, which I think there were some hints about earlier in terms of other process, when there are government structures, there's a tendency to over-bureaucratize. So when you have a meeting, a National Task Team meeting, you will go through the minutes. You will go through matters arising, and you will then have run out of time for the main agenda points. So that's what government unfortunately does, whereas there are crucial issues. You need that bureaucratic process of approving minutes, so you've got a record of what was agreed to, but it often can get, the real issues can get lost in that. So I think there are lessons to be learnt from that. But yeah, so I think really in short, this is a really good initiative. I hope you will do more, and I hope you will look at including government, whether it's officials from government departments or people from provincial, national or local government executives in on the discussions as well. Thank you very much.
We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past, a chair that invokes the spirit of those who fought for freedom in our land, a chair that will represent the everyday heroes who build and develop our country, a chair that even when empty will hold our values. We, the people, will take this seat to speak truth to power, in a chair for and by the people, united in our diversity. A chair that represents our rightful place as the guardians of our Constitution. A chair that will be the symbol of the people's power. Be a part of history. Submit your designs today. Learn more and be a part of the journey. We, the people, are building a chair that represents the people's power, a chair that reminds us of our ability to transform the chairs of oppression into those of courage, a chair inspired by the people who struggled against the injustices of our past,